les gens sont connectés sur Zoom?
Dès que je peux, je viendrai vous faire quelques vidéos. Donc c'est la vidéo du premier Alors par contre,
Ok, je suis...
Attends, Juan, normalement, Satish Goup... En fait, c'est Antoine Vallier qui doit... Hi everyone, we are back for the second days of the carbon pricing
Bonjour, est-ce que vous
conference.
m'entendez?
And with I'm Fabrice Sametek Venture and with my co-chair, Dr.
Bonjour,
Isabelle
Antoine.
Chanakowski-Loriol.
Ok.
We are
Par
very
contre, j'ai
pleased
pas de
to
son,
welcome you this morning
vous entendez
for
du
a
son,
very
sur les
amazing
autres
days
intervenants?
to tailor-made. What can carbon pricing do? What can the finance sector could embed this issue within its own roadmap, and what can the industries player,
Antoine,
starting from the energies one to
Et est-ce que vous entendez
their
d'autres
industrial
personnes?
consumer,
Non.
could
Ah pardon,
drive
c'était
forces
là votre question. Non,
toward a net
pardon.
zero target.
Non, non, il n'y a pas de problème. Ok.
So
Bon,
let's
donc,
come for this first panel,
Bon.
and
Voilà. Ça
before
va sûrement
starting
s'activer plus
and
tard.
set the scene, we are going to have a smart but very powerful message from René Carsanti. René Carsanti is a former chairman of ICMA, which is the International Association of Capital Markets, and he's going to drive a broad view about the green finance trend for this session 2.1 to start the scene. Yes, you're going to have the message of René. So, yes, probably the message is going to come in a few minutes. I'm going to introduce probably during this moment our panelists for this morning. So I'm very pleased to welcome Antoine Vallier from the Caisse des Dépôts and Consignations, which is a French institution finance player. And Antoine, he's an expert on the biodiversity branch. And so welcome to you, Antoine, for this morning.
Hello, Fabrice. Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
We don't hear you yet, Antoine.
You cannot hear me? Hello?
I don't know if you are in mute.
Moi, je peux vous entendre, Antoine.
I'm not, and other speakers can hear me.
So
yeah, good morning. Good morning. We can hear
on.
you. Thank you. We can all hear you. Thank you.
Okay. So we just have some sound feedback. Okay. Yes, Antoine, we hear you. Are you there?
Can you hear me now?
No, it's very, we've not the feedback of the sound. Probably let's try with Charlotte Garn. Hi, Charlotte.
Hi, can you
Yes,
hear me?
okay, probably it's better, yes. And we are going to come back with Antoine. Antoine, just to have the sound.
Yes. Can you hear me now?
Yes, perfect. Okay, we've got the feedback with the sound, we've got the picture, but now the sound is also better. So yes, please, Antoine, just introduce yourself.
Yes, so Antoine Vallier, I actually work at the CDC Biodiversité, so it's a subsidiary of Caisse des Dépôts, who is dedicated to biodiversity conservation and biodiversity restoration. And it's been now 6 years that we're working on a methodology for biodiversity footprinting, the global biodiversity score that we are now deploying among companies and investors. To provide a solution a bit equivalent to the carbon footprint, where you can, it's a tool where you can capture the footprint of an economic activity in one aggregated metric, taking into account the full value chain. But I'll probably have some time to talk to you about it a bit later on.
Okay, thanks, Antoine, for sharing this. Now probably back to Charlotte Garn, from the French Finance, Economies and Recovery Minister. Charlotte, could you introduce yourself to speak before running the panel on the green finance trends? Please, Charlotte.
Sure. Thank you, and thank you for the invitation. So my name is Charlotte, and I work at the French Treasury, and I'm in charge of sustainable finance and climate risk. So I'm in charge basically of negotiating on behalf of the French government, EU and French regulations on sustainable finance, and leading project management on fossil fuel divestment. And can you hear me?
Okay. So thanks, Charlotte. I think that we are going to set up some. Yes, the sound sometimes it's not with the feedback. Anyway, we are going to run this panel, and just before introducing our two other panelists, because I know that Antoine by your side and Charlotte, you're going to have a meeting just in a few minutes, just running this one and drive forces on the green finance trends that you can highlight for this morning. So I will start with you, Charlotte. Let's start like this. From your point of view, there is diversity of green finance trends. We used to speak about the raising phenomenon on the green bonds decades ago, and countries' institutions are very implicate themselves to fund a sustainable infrastructure by emitting green bonds. Now, social bonds is another green finance trend, who is raising a lot. The biodiversity asset, the natural capital asset, is another piece of the how can we say, not the trends, but probably according to the COP15 on Kunming in next month, we are going to have a raise up of the consciousness for financial players on the biodiversity footprint and impact. What are for you the position, the new position of the financial sector, and surely by an institution player? What is the role of the finance today for you?
Sorry, I was muted. Thank you for the question, Fabrice. And actually, with regard to green bonds, I think the financial market, the market on green bonds, is progressively being more and more structured, and that is thanks to shared language more and more on what means to be green, and also a breadth of academic research on greenium and the cost of second-party opinions. I think that the more we go, the more that we see that green bonds are a crucial instrument to actually finance the green, the energy and the ecological transition, and also the green recovery. The European Union has showed that green bonds were primarily important instrument in financing the post-COVID Next Generation EU fund of 750 billion euros. And so I think that what we are going to see in terms of trends for the future months and years is, first of all, progressive standardization of green bonds via the EU taxonomy, for instance, in the European Union, and actually more beyond the European Union, shared principles on taxonomies worldwide, which will ensure that investors actually share not only the same language in terms of what means the energy transition, but also share that carbon neutrality objective embedded into criteria for projects to be actually financed via green bonds. I think that's the first element. The second one is that the more we are standardizing extra financial information coming in from issuers, the more the cost of second-party opinions, for instance, and more broadly, the cost of the issuance are going to go down a little bit, which is going to spur the market probably even more. There's always a risk, of course, of an asset bubble. We think that, at least in the EU, the more we have a broad taxonomy which encompasses a whole economy approach with criteria to define carbon neutrality in all sectors of the economy, and not just solely concentrating on low carbon technologies that are already available, but also concentrating on decarbonizing how to abate industrial processes in all sectors of the economy. This is going to enlarge the market and enlarge the potential for proceeds to actually finance projects that aim for carbon neutrality for many sectors of the economy. And I think that the third trend that we've seen so far, and a lot of academic research, for instance, has showed that, is that it's not so much about the greenium, for instance, in the green bond market. It's also about who is actually holding green bonds and investing in green bonds. And the more, more and more we're seeing that institutional investors and long-term investors are actually primary holders of green bonds, and they do adopt that buy and hold strategy, which ensures that proceeds are actually coming in quite long-term projects, I would say, at least. And so that is spurring the market as well. And maybe a fourth trend, and I'll stop here because I know we have a lot to talk about this morning, but I would say that the fourth trend is that beyond solely green bonds, of course, we've seen a spur in social bonds because of the COVID-19 crisis, but there is also a spur in what we call sustainability linked bonds. and beyond sustainability-linked bonds, we see a spur in sustainability-linked instruments. And the way, for instance, we're thinking the EU taxonomy in the EU is also not only setting the objective to be met in terms of carbon neutrality by each economic activity, by each sector of the economy, but also setting trajectories and sectoral trajectories for decarbonization, which would ensure that the more intermediary thresholds that we have, the more we can plug such taxonomy to sustainability-linked instruments and sustainability-linked bonds in particular, because the investors would be able to, let's say very simply, to check to what extent a particular business is actually decarbonizing on the right trend, on the right pathway, and following a carbon neutrality pathway. And so I think that green bonds and sustainability-linked bonds are going to be complementary instruments to actually finance a transition that is both ambitious. That's the case of green bonds, because it does finance projects that are already green, one might say, but also sustainability-linked instruments, which are very good instruments also to finance the economy, which is still carbon intensive today. So yeah, I think these are going to be the main trends, at least for the months and years to come. And the position of the market and the regulator himself also has strongly evolved, sorry, because of these trends.
Also starting to set the scene on this green finance trend. I will be back to you in a few minutes. According to another question. Now, I would like to go back to Antoine Vallier, who is from Caisse des Dépôts and Consignation on the biodiversity branch. Yes, Antoine, when you hear Charlotte on this aspect, all those aspects, what could be your point of view according to the environment footprint and the understanding by institution, financial institution players, and also for the private sector, what could be, in fact, for you, the other piece of the finance trends according to the biodiversity footprint? Yes, please, Antoine.
Yes, thank you for the question. So I would say that on biodiversity, we're starting to see the same trends, and the way the market is structuring is following the climate. So we're probably not as matured on this thematic than we are matured on the carbon. The first reason for that is that at the moment the information is much less available for investors to actually really take decisions taking into account biodiversity. So that's the thing we're really working on, is to provide this information at the issuer level, at the portfolio level. And it's a challenge that we've been working on for the past 5-6 years, but we now really seeing an acceleration from companies and from investors to actually starting to use that information, to use the footprint tools, because there's a need both in terms of risks and opportunities. I mean, it's clearly stated now that biodiversity is a risk, the same way that climate change is a risk. So investors are starting to understand that they have to understand this risk, and a good way to approach this risk is by starting to assess their impacts and dependencies on biodiversity. That's the first players probably who structured this approach are the central banks. The central banks of Netherlands conducted an analysis on the exposure of the biodiversity risk of their financial sector. There are similar works going on in France and in other countries. More recently, in France, we just had a new decree, Article 29, and maybe Charlotte will be able to talk a bit in more details about it. But what's very interesting here is that there's a clear statement as well about the risk, about the fact that investors have to report on risks, that they have to make also a clear distinction from the transition risk coming from the impacts and the physical risk more coming from the dependencies. So really, like there's a momentum here in terms of reporting and understanding what are the different links of their investment with biodiversity. There's also definitely an opportunity side. We seeing now that we provide solutions for investors, more and more players from the asset management side that would love to be able to provide products dedicated to biodiversity. So something a bit more thematic than just a ESG fund, but something more specialized on biodiversity. We're starting to see those funds appearing with different criteria because there's a trend where like people would like to either invest directly in biodiversity, but I would say at this stage it's maybe a bit more difficult, but at least to have something, some products which are biodiversity friendly and which are mostly avoiding major impacts on biodiversity. So yes, so I would say like the risk and opportunities, both sides are growing, and the momentum is fattening, especially with the international agenda, where definitely the COP15 at the end of the year will give a lot of visibility on biodiversity, and a lot of investors want to be able to be there and to show that they understand this this problematic, and that they will be an active player on it. Fabrice, I'm sorry, I think you're still muted. Yes, now it's fine.
Indeed, a long-term strategy. If you have to preserve it, when it comes with green bonds to finance sustainable infrastructure, it's also about long-term view. From your point of view, the institutional player, as you are both, and the private sector, how can converge together in a public and private partnership to co-finance both asset infrastructure, sustainable infrastructure, and also the biodiversity to preserve? How can we manage a good equilibrium between institution financial player and the private financial player for a convergence of long-term view?
I can jump in first if you want.
Yes, sure.
I think it's an interesting question, because I think that all what we are doing in terms of what we call sustainable finance cannot actually replace an ambitious environmental policy. Actually, so I'm speaking more from, I mean, as far as the EU is concerned, because that's obviously what I know the best, but I would say that when the European Commission published right before the COVID crisis, it was in December 2019, the Green Deal, I was myself, even personally, very happy, because I thought for once there is a clear roadmap in terms of how to combine environmental policy and industrial policy in the European Union, not only by revising a lot of existing regulations, of sectoral existing regulations, for instance, with regard to water management, with regard to the steel industry, with regard to hydropower, with regard to forest management, with regard to lots of sectoral aspects with agriculture and all that. Of course, as long as we don't have, in terms of, at least as far as the climate first is concerned, then I'll talk about biodiversity, but as long as we don't have a price on carbon, which actually reflects fully the externalities that the rise in greenhouse gas emissions is putting on humanity, of course, and on all sectors of the economy, I think that what we are doing in terms of sustainable finance will still be efficient, but probably not as economically efficient as we might hope if carbon pricing was actually really on the rise. But that said, actually, as far as sustainable finance itself is concerned, I think the way that institutional players such as regulators, supervisors, coalitions also of central banks, I'm thinking about the Network for Greening Financial System, but lots of existing coalitions of public actors, how they may participate with the private sector into financing sustainable infrastructure. I think that first of all, it comes of having a clear roadmap of what actually means to reach carbon neutrality in a particular area. That could be in a country, in a given country, in France, for instance, in the European Union, but also worldwide. I think that the way that countries are giving their nationally determined contributions to the Paris Agreement is actually not fully backed up by a real business plan of what that transition entails. And I think that the way that the financial sector can have that clear view on what is actually to finance would be with that clear roadmap. And so the way that it's been done for now is via the EU taxonomy for sustainable economic activities, because once again, it does cover all sectors of the economy, not right now, but it will tomorrow because it's being progressively built. And it gives you, if not the trajectories for now, it gives you the objectives to be met. And if not, I mean, if the objective is not the carbon neutrality objective for now, because the criteria would be reinforced over time, at least it allows one economic activity to get much, much more closer to that carbon neutrality objective. And so the way that the EU has seen that in terms of partnership between the public sector and the private sector into financing such infrastructure is by setting up this taxonomy and embedding the taxonomy into every single regulation you can think of, including embedding the taxonomy, for instance, in the European Investment Bank's climate plan and financing plan. So I think that's one of the tools we have right now. Of course, it doesn't mean it's perfect. It doesn't mean it's the only tool that the public sector can actually put forward to dialogue with the private sector. But I think that it's one of the elements of a clear roadmap. And that roadmap today is still lacking. I mean, of course, we have the IEA, for instance, which published this very ambitious, and that's a great thing, actually, scenario to reach net zero by 2050. But that gives you a worldwide roadmap of what should be done. But then it should be, there should be a breakdown of that scenario at the regional level, for instance, taking into consideration, of course, the fact that we live in a globalized world. And so we cannot think only at the regional level, of course. As far as biodiversity is concerned, but Antoine will know much better that than I do. But I think that it also comes, for instance, if we think about the taxonomy, it will be developed on the biodiversity objective. Actually, there are two biodiversity objectives in the EU taxonomy. One that relates to the preservation and restoration of biodiversity and ecosystems, and one which relates to the preservation and sustainable use of marine resources. I think that this is a very important step forward for the European Union, and these criteria for all economic activities, as long as they can contribute substantially to biodiversity preservation, will be developed by the end of this year or by early 2022. And I think that, I mean, it's a call I'm launching here, but I think it's something very important to look at and to intervene in the European process to develop such criteria. Of course, it's only one tool. I'm not saying it's you know, everything revolves around that taxonomy, but it's one of the most important tools, at least, that the EU has put forward to dialogue with the private sector and to make sure that we share that clear roadmap. I'll stop here because I think that Antoine probably has much to say on biodiversity, but I can totally react, sure, of course, afterwards.
Sure. Yes, thanks, Charlotte, for also going deeper in this field. In fact, the scheme, a common scheme to build dialogue in the public and private sector, both for the long-term view, is today the green taxonomy. We wouldn't speak about today, but it will be another session dedicated one to a convergence of the taxonomy, financial taxonomy, from the different places in the world, from the European one, the American one, the Asia one, in particular the China one. And probably let's back on this asset. You mentioned the carbon pricing. which is not only the title of the conference, but I would like to go with Antoine with this. According to the biodiversity footprint, do you think that now it's the time of convergence on this issue, that not only to make a footprint on the biodiversity, but try to find a price on the biodiversity? Yes, Antoine, what is your point of view?
It is a very interesting question, and but there are advantages to have theoretically at least a price on biodiversity, the same way we would have a price on carbon. If we somehow would agree on, say, okay, 1 square meter of virgin forest is worth that much, and we try to put a price on it, or a market price on it, to actually create the same kind of dynamics than with the carbon. It might be interesting, but I think we're quite far from there at the moment, because it's a very difficult exercise, actually, putting a price on biodiversity. I mean, it really depends what kind of approach you will have. If it's, but just identifying a budget of which is the first step in carbon pricing, is we identified a global budget for carbon. So I would say that we have first to decide what is the global budget we have on biodiversity. So there's a lot of work to do, and scientific work to do, to actually really define what is quantitatively the planetary boundary. From there, what is our goal and how we would measure it, or at least express it in numbers. And then I come back to what Charlotte was saying. There's a great role for public institutions to explain and actually put a framework which is regional specific, which is sectoral specific, with trajectories where we can reach those goals. And maybe one of the tools to align to those trajectories would be at one point some kind of biodiversity pricing. But I think we have other steps first to validate on biodiversity, and it's probably a bit early for that topic to start with.
We are quite in time for what we have to drive for this morning. I know that you have both a meeting just in a few minutes, so probably it will be the title of another conference, not only on the trends, but the pricing of the biodiversity, or the convergence of the climate on whatever the carbon issues and the biodiversity. For us, it's quite the same topic, because when we talk about natural carbon sink, surely that biodiversity is one of the most powerful one today. So I would like to thank you very much, Antoine Vallier from Caisse des Dépôts et Consignations on the biodiversity branch, and Charlotte Garde from the Minister of Finance and Economy. Let you back to your daily job, to the next call, and pleased to have you this morning.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Bye-bye.
you. Thank you very much for the discussion, and have a good conference. Bye.
Thanks. Bye. See you next.
Bye-bye.
And now we are going to be back on another session, another message from René Carsanti. René Carsanti is a former chairman of ICMA, the International Capital Market Association. He is also former director on the World Bank, and he's going to share with us a message. So, yes, please. If you get the sound, I think we're going to just hold on. If you are just joining us this morning, yes, we have René Carsanti.
Chairman, Professor Jouzel, and the organizers for your invitation. Well, the urgency to succeed in financing the energy transition and reorienting the private capital to more sustainable investments require a comprehensive shift in how the financial system works. And the role of major market participants and investors is essential. Many already integrate ESG criteria in their investment decision. This is necessary if we were to develop more sustainable economic growth, ensure the stability of the financial system, and foster more transparency and long-termism in the economy. But beyond the moral obligation, mobilization for energy transition financing is also, I believe, an historic opportunity to position regions such as the European Union markets as pioneers and world leaders. Let's look at the incredible progress and contribution of this green and sustainable finance over the years, and exponential growth. In 2006, green and social bonds were non-existent. The European Investment Bank, the World Bank, the vaccine bonds of IFIM, ICMA, the International Capital Market Association, have been important pioneers. And I personally, you mentioned it, thank you, was greatly privileged to work in all those institutions and several significant green and social bond initiatives. Just to give you a background, just 10 years ago, green issuance volume was still a minuscule share of the bond market. In 2014, when the ICMA green bond principles, the standards, the market standards were introduced, only $5 billion were issued. Today, the cumulative value of outstanding green bonds in the market is over $1.5 billion. $1.5 billion. Today, at the same time, what we observe, the colossal damage from the COVID pandemic is becoming apparent. It has an estimated cost to the global economy of over $12 trillion. It has pushed hundreds of millions of additional people into poverty. And the pandemic has disrupted progress towards achieving the SDGs. But one aspect is already clear. It is the important role played by capital markets in intermediating capital to rebuild shattered economies. And indeed, the pandemic has served as an accelerant for growth in the global green, social, and sustainable bond markets. Just to give you a figure, a latest figure, in the first quarter of this year, sustainable bond issuance has accounted for more than $170 billion, nearly a 150% increase over the same period in 2020. In particular, I should stress the pandemic has been the catalyst for the spectacular growth in the social bond markets in financing the response to it. In 2020, $150 billion were issued, 8 times the previous year's issuance in social bonds, and the momentum, as we know, continued to be very strong. Social bonds have emerged as a key instrument in financing a post-pandemic sustainable recovery. Again, with the EU in the lead, which is a remarkable development since the creation with the first IFIM vaccine bond of the social bond market in 2006. And although many were concerned during this pandemic that the focus on social bonds will detract from progress in the green bond market, in fact, it has been just the opposite, as green and environmental considerations have been hardwired into the country's program, both on the funding and disbursement side. There are some powerful undercurrents propelling these developments in the green and sustainable market, including the new political response and the prospects which we observe in the US. But clearly, more is needed from all stakeholders to develop this market. And I will cite 5 key priorities. First, by broadening the market through innovation, diversification of market participant products in the green and sustainability space. This is a very important development, and we should work in that respect. The last few months have also proved to be a period of remarkable innovation in that particular field. I will mention, in particular, the launch of the ICMA sustainability-linked bonds principle last June, a year ago, which has been followed by the launch of climate transition finance guidelines and handbook last December. Second priority, in my view, is the need to develop even more standards and taxonomies as harmonized globally as possible, in close consultation with market players. We should avoid fragmentation, particular standardization. Third, there is a need to enhance disclosure in reporting by issuers and the investors, including on their climate transition strategy to generate even more confidence and robustness. As to measures of risk, I personally believe that we should greatly benefit from an additional new set of international impact weighted accounting standards, similar to the introduction of the international accounting standards after the 29 Great Depression. Some new accounting standards which will take into account and which will be a standardized tool to measure the net impact that companies have on the environment and the people. Fourth, I will mention fintech and digitalization of our financial markets. Looking to the future, this other main theme now driving the shape of the capital market alongside sustainable finance is indeed the fintech digitalization agenda. And this cuts across the entire value chain of bond markets, and obviously is a key consideration for ICMA and its members. And actually, a striking commonality between fintech and sustainability is a need for common standards and harmonization. And I believe fintech could be most useful to develop common platforms, particularly in the sustainable finance sector, for oversight, for facilitating comparability, and provide dynamic insight into ESG performance as well as ESG reporting. And finally, if you allow me, I would like to mention biodiversity. Addressing biodiversity and nature risks is attracting increasing interest as an investment theme. This is being pushed by investors through the UNPRI, for example, as well as individual initiatives such as Act for Nature from Amundi and other investors. It is also one of the 6 environmental objectives under the EU taxonomy, green taxonomy, which is central to the EU's biodiversity strategy 2030. In the UK, we see a global review of the economics of biodiversity, which was recently released in the form of commissioned to Cambridge professor Dasgupta in 2019 by the Treasury. And this will, I'm sure, will lead to important initiatives, including during the COP26 in the UK. I believe it is important to distinguish nature risk from climate change risk and to properly measure these different categories. For example, the gross domestic product does not include the depreciation of nature and declines in biodiversity. And yet, the World Economic Forum has estimated that around half of global GDP in 2019 was dependent on natural capital. Ultimately, all economic activities both depend on and influence the condition of ecosystems. And actually, depreciation and loss of natural capital has for many years been a main source of economic growth, but is nowhere taken into account in the calculations. So I believe we need to capture the true values or accounting price of natural capital to measure the financial risk and avoid further rapid destruction of our common biodiversity. As for transition in climate, these measures for nature are critical for market participants in their investment decisions. Banks and investors may be adversely affected by such nature risk. For example, by holding sovereign bonds of countries highly dependent on overexploitation of natural resources. Again, this risk is still underpriced by the market and I believe needs to be clearly addressed and reported. To conclude, in 2015, Mark Carney, the then governor of the Bank of England, warned us about the tragedy of the horizons, or how finance has had to reconcile short-term issues and those over the longer period. Progress in green and sustainable finance has been massive, and the pandemic, as I said, has proven the importance of green and social finance and its positive development. Indeed, I believe the decade ahead of us promises to be exciting with new tools, participants, new practices and standards as we climate transition. More than ever, I believe that green and sustainable finance remains the future of finance, when finance is mindful of its environmental and social impacts, when finance invests in the future and protects its ecosystem, when finance saves lives. All of us should feel privileged to contribute responsibly to such a vital mission and to the opportunity to make a real and lasting impact. Thank you very much.
Yes, thanks, René Carsanti, for setting the scene again on the green finance trends according to your old track records before launching this special, I think, session today. I will also now share with you a message of Kim Schumacher, who is an expert of sustainability, sustainable finance. Kim is based in Tokyo, and he's from the Tokyo Center of Technologies and also a lecturer on Oxford University. Yes, please, have his message.
Dear participants of this year's Carbon Pricing Conference, greetings from Japan. It's already late here, and but it's a pleasure for me to participate in this year's conference, and also to present some of the most recent trends in terms of ESG and green finance, and especially in terms of portfolio carbon decarbonization. So I'm a lecturer in sustainable finance and ESG at the Tokyo Institute of Technology, and I'm also an adjunct lecturer at the United Nations University, and the University of Luxembourg, both in sustainable finance. And prior to that, I was a postdoctoral research associate at the University of Oxford, again in ESG and sustainable finance. And today I will first talk to you about, like, in terms of portfolio decarbonization, one of the most recent trends has been the announcements, or like, the massive shift towards net zero emissions. So we have seen all different types of stakeholders, be it from asset owners to asset managers to different corporations. So everyone has been now announcing net zero targets. So what does that actually mean? That means that most of them announced by 2050, that in 2050 they basically want to have zero emissions. So basically that any emissions that they emit either will be offset, or that they do not emit any emissions anymore, for example, by sourcing all of their energy needs from renewable sources. And that is only in theory. However, as good as it sounds that people or corporations, especially investors, they want to achieve net zero, there's a lot of questions that remain open about how that is supposed to be achieved. Because despite that being in line with what the Paris Agreement has said, so that we can still limit global warming to 2 degrees Celsius, there are significant inconsistencies between the messaging and between the actual action that is being taken. So, for example, the Climate Action 100, which basically monitors 100 more than 100 of the most polluting companies in terms of carbon emissions in the world, and they found that most of them announced a net zero target, so they want to become carbon neutral by 2050. However, only 6% basically showed any significant or showed capital expenditures that would be aligned with achieving that goal. So there's still a large misalignment between the what we call ex ante. So basically the signaling or the messaging before any tangible action has been taken. So these are merely just announcements. BlackRock is a good example, where Larry Fink recently issued one of his most recent letter to shareholders, where he said climate. I think he mentioned climate more than 15 times. So where he said that decarbonization of portfolios is the biggest challenge, but also their biggest ambition. But then there's other reports that state that BlackRock's actions do not align with what they try to achieve and with their ambitions that they communicate very openly. But then, for example, in terms of voting and taking influence on companies where they are invested in, where they have shares, where they own shares, they often vote against any decisive climate resolutions that are presented. So that is these discrepancies, these really misalignments, or these divergences. They are sort of like the cause why there is still we should still apply a lot of skepticism. Of course, we should be optimistic, but the key word that comes to mind in terms of a lot of these announcements these days is greenwashing. So a lot of is announced. That creates a very positive image of a lot of companies when they announce a net zero target, or when they say they want to become carbon neutral in the near future. But then when you look at the fundamentals in terms of, for example, as I mentioned, capital expenditure, operational expenditures, then that does not hold up. So unless that gap is bridged in a meaningful way, I do not expect these pledges or these announcements or all these initiatives around net zero targets or around net zero portfolios that can actually be achieved within the time frame that many investors have set for themselves. Because the longer we wait to take decisive action, actually decarbonize our portfolio or decarbonize portfolios in a meaningful way, the harder it will become to achieve that at a later stage, because then we need to even act in a more fundamental, in a more radical way. Then we need more radical decarbonization. And if we look at, for example, supply chain level emissions among corporations, what we usually call Scope 3 emissions. So we usually measure scope carbon emissions according to the Greenhouse Gas Protocol, which divides it into Scope 1, Scope 2, and Scope 3 emissions. And Scope 1 emissions being the direct emissions that are generated through a company's activities. Then the Scope 2 emissions, which are the emissions created by electricity and energy purchases. And then Scope 3 emissions, basically the rest, so supply chain level emissions. And especially for, in case of a lot of companies, Scope 3 emissions, which often would constitute a significant portion of the emissions, are not adequately measured, not adequately reported. So with these issues in mind, this recent trend around net zero targets and carbon neutral portfolio decarbonization is still very much only theoretical in nature, and the resources that are directed towards achieving net zero remain largely inadequate. So that is important to bear in mind. So with this risk of large-scale greenwashing, what does it actually mean in terms of the actual carbon footprint of current portfolios? It means that a lot of portfolios, even though they sometimes have the name climate or sustainability or ESG in their titles, so they're also marketed that way, they're also promoted that way, they often have still significant carbon intensive activities, or still companies with very carbon intensive activities in the portfolio. So that also means that we also, as a society as a whole, are not doing enough to basically reduce our carbon emissions in a way that is in line with what the Paris Agreement, the Paris Climate Agreement from 2015 is requiring for us to limit global warming to 2 degrees Celsius. And a good example, and being based in Japan is a good example, because although the government very recently, similar to many other governments, announced that they want to they also want to reach net zero as part of the economy as a whole, that seems a very elusive target at this stage, because they have not necessarily formulated any concrete strategies of how they want to get there. And even if you formulate a strategy, the implementation of said strategy is still a different thing. And the United States also, under President Biden, has been more climate action. However, they recently, President Biden also said something very interesting, which I think illustrates a little bit the dilemma, because he said that 50% of the carbon reductions that the United States wants to achieve basically come from inventions that have not been, or come from solutions that have not been invented yet. So he basically is counting on technological innovation as sort of like a solution that will hopefully bring the necessary decarbonizations that we need to bring emissions down to a level that is in line with the Paris Agreement. But the problem of that, of course, is that these emission or these technologies have not been invented yet. And that shows the entire dilemma, because the current action is largely inadequate, because even though there was a down, or like a drop in global carbon emissions due to the COVID pandemic and the reduced economic activity resulting from that, emissions have almost risen again to pre-pandemic levels. So it shows that we are currently on a trajectory, on a pathway that leads us to definitely more than 2, and some scenarios say like more than 3-degree global warming, which again, with all the negative consequences that are expected to materialize because of that. So in Japan, there's also the particular issue, like, it shows how hard it can be to basically transition to low carbon or even net zero portfolios in the future, because for example, in Japan, you have the government pension investment fund, the largest institutional investor in the world. And in the past, they were very active in terms of ESG, but in more recent months, they sort of slowed down on ESG integration, because they concluded that ESG is not generating the returns that they expected. And it shows sort of like, the dilemma, because on the one hand, everyone is talking about ESG and everyone is talking about decarbonization and net zero. But on the other hand, we do not necessarily want to transition in such a significant way that it actually brings about meaningful change in terms of ESG performance. And unless we want to do that, we will likely not see a sufficient decarbonization across investment portfolios in the short to medium term that will sufficiently reduce carbon emissions in a way that can actually reduce also global carbon emissions in a meaningful way. So if we need to start as a solution, we need to start reimagining what outperformance actually is. Is it merely just financial outperformance? Or do we also go into more of the non-financial, the extra financial performance? So, example, improved air quality. And because those are the metrics that probably will most easily be able to measure in the short term. And then once these metrics improve, it is likely that we will also see improved financial outperformance. But in a lot of cases, currently, a lot of portfolios, they integrate ESG in a very superficial manner. So we need a much more deeper integration of ESG, and we need much more, profound decarbonization across all portfolios, across all asset classes. So unless that happens, unfortunately, a lot of the net zero target announcements or pledges or initiatives, alliances, that almost every week there's a new announcement from a new company announcing a net zero target. What they are mostly is unsubstantiated greenwashing, because currently the resources do not match the announcements. With that, I wanted to provide my view on where I see the current state of ESG and especially decarbonization of investment portfolios. From Japan, I hope that you will enjoy the rest of the conference, and I hope for those who want to reach out, please do so on LinkedIn. My name is Kim Schumacher. I'm a lecturer in sustainable finance at ESG at the Tokyo Institute of Technology, and I'm looking forward to engage further with the participants and also with everyone who's interested in talking about ESG and sustainable finance. Thank you very much, and please enjoy the rest of the conference.
Here on this session, Green Finance Trend, and we have just welcomed Kim Schumacher from his message on the perspective and the new, how can we say, the new asset when we have to drive ESG and how to avoid ESG, as we can call it, ESG washing or greenwashing. So thanks again, Kim Schumacher, for sharing this. I would like to just to introduce you now the next session dedicated to the pitch series. As you know, it's not only roundtables, not only keynotes. Here it's also raise up the new solutions that we need. I would like to now start with this new pitch batch. And we're going to see SAFI Organic. Here we are. You're from diverse countries. You have applied for the Climate Tech Awards. Here we go for the pitch series 3. Cheers.
I remember when I was young with my grandmother in the field, as we harvested a few maize cobs from the field, she said words that I'll always remember. Son, 20 years ago, we are harvesting double of what we harvested this year. I'm afraid 20 years will not have any food from this land. This scared me. I'm Samarigo, founder and CEO of SAFI Organics. Where we are is Moya, Gurubani, about 100 kilometers from Nairobi. What we simply do, we convert organic waste from the farmers into fertilizer. We purchase the rice husk. Once it is with us, we carbonize it. Once we carbonize, we do the storage where we allow regrowth of microorganisms. We do the milling, then mixing with our special formula. After the packaging and the weighing, once we are sure that our product now is ready for the farm, we take it to the market. Some of the common challenge is that agriculture is no longer as good as it used to be. We are using a lot of inputs and the production is relatively very low. Every year our yields are going down.
Mundu ya murimi ena mathina maingi tondu
I was very lucky to grow up in the farm, so I can identify with a majority of those problems.
thina umwe ni acid nyingi tiri-ini nĩ ũndũ wa kũhũthĩra chemical fertilizers na tũtimenyaga.
The main challenges that we have faced in running the business is, number one, the adoption rate of the farmers. You know, when you go and meet a farmer and tell the farmer, this fertilizer comes from the west, from your farm. And then the farmer is like, wait a minute, you want to tell me this is fertilizer really?
Video ndagũrire ngĩmĩtwara mũgũnda nĩ manjũragia nĩ ndũĩ ngĩmera nĩ fertilizer ĩtagwo bio ndetirio ĩtagwo biochar.
But once they use the product, they'll have to come back because the product works perfectly.
Kwangu mimi tangu ni Joseph Organic, na after kuitumia ile mazao nilitumia ifanya kunikuza nikakuwa nimeinuka kuliko pali nilikuwa.
We increase the yields for the farmers by up to 30%.
Mbeca iria nyonaga kuma mũgũnda, one, irio ngakorwo ngorwo ndĩna irio cia kũigana kwĩ mũcere. Number two, ũrĩa woneka excess ngendia ngarĩha bici na tũmaũndũ tũngĩ twa nyũmba.
Being a businessman is sometimes you have to be resilient because sometimes you'll fail. We have gone through challenges that I have really had to sit down and work them out. Before SERIE Organics was formed, I tried briquettes with rice husk. I tried mosquito coils with biochar from the rice husk. So we had to again rethink what I will do with this rice husk because it's a lot of waste, and we take it back to the farm and it does wonders. The farmer doubles the yields and is like, wow, Samuel, come and I will have a goat for you, specifically roasted for you. You know, it feels so awesome. If you do a business to make only profits, to me it is not satisfying. We have sustainable goals that we really work every day to achieve. We sequester an equivalent of 1.5 tons for every acre of land. Our product is used every season. And as an additional benefit, we reduce the amount of water needed for irrigation by up to 30%. And as we are restoring the soil fertility in the farms, it means we have more plants growing, more vegetative cover. So these things makes me feel that I'm contributing to the whole humanity.
Thanks, Fabrice. I hope you can hear me, and it's a pleasure to be a part of this conference. Yes, I mean, I've been in this technology space, or I've been in the energy industry for more than about 20 years now. And being in the hydrocarbon industry and then into the power utility space. Been involved with a lot of new technology development and also working with startups and mentoring startups, and more so since October, I moved out of the corporate world and have the freedom to work with the everyone, each and everyone that really wants to make a difference. So it's been an interesting journey. And looking at the various aspects, I mean, yes, there are some of these startups that have applied for the Clean Tech Awards, Climate Tech Awards. It'll be interesting to see how they perform. And, I wish all these startups all the very best in the future. And it's time for these startups who are actually trying to make a difference to get out into the limelight. Thank you.
Just to have a look on the input that we have noticed for this startup. Just for example, Safi Organic, what do you think they could drive in their field? What's the market differentiation, and so also the impact? It's not only about the time to market, it's also about impact that they made. And after this, there is a value is going to be created. What could be your point of view on, for example, Safi Organics?
So I think with respect to Safi Organics, one of the good things is that it's purely an, what should I say, it's an organic fertilizer that they are talking about. It's not something which is made from any other source. There is some, I mean, I did hear that they are adding some of their secret formulation. Now, whatever that formulation would be is maybe something which is the IP that they hold. But I think one of the interesting things is that they will not be having so-called acidic runoffs, or it won't be impacting the soil, since this comes from a natural source. But as a startup, yes, they've started in Kenya, if I'm not mistaken. The interesting part would be, how would this be proliferated in other geographic markets? How can this so-called organic fertilizer, which does not have any harmful effects on the soil, how can that be taken to other geographies? And since they mentioned that they are looking at rice husk as their base material, what is the change in the formulation when the so-called agri residue or the agri waste changes? Because not everywhere you will have rice husk available. In different geographies, there could be a different kind of agri residue available. So how does this formulation change in terms of, or how does their process change so that at the end of the day, the quality of organic fertilizer is uniform across the globe? So that's, I think, something which they will have to think about when they are looking at going into the other geographies to make organic fertilizer supersede the existing so-called chemical fertilizers.
For climate techs, it's all about, techs, but sometimes when you would like to drive impact, there is no tech. What do you think that these categories of company could scale? Is it something which is natively tailor-made to a region, a territory, or even a country, or it could be scaled in other way? Because tech is a support to scale when you are a startup scene, but those companies who drive very powerful impact directly, how can they scale their model?
So they can look at different forms of scaling. Now, since they have utilized and demonstrated in Kenya utilizing rice husk, that is something which can be direct. That formulation can directly be licensed to, say, the countries in Asia, where there is a good amount of rice growth, as a result of which there will be enough amount of rice husk available. So it's something like, they said that they are adding a secret formulation. Now that is their recipe, which may be blending along with the carbon. Okay. Now it's if I may take an example, Coke, and it's that Coke formula which comes from Atlanta, Georgia. Whereas there are bottling plants which utilize the same philosophy with that formula. So Safi can have that formula as, their IP, or that's their Coke formula, which can grow up, or rather go across the world in terms of generating organic fertilizer, utilizing local agri waste. As I said, agri waste will change in different geographies, but rice husk and their formula can directly, that formulation can directly be so-called the know-how, can be exported to the Asian countries where rice is grown, or even in China or Vietnam or Indonesia, where there's a lot of rice growth. It can directly be done. So that's the way I think they can look at growing. And of course, they will have to set up, or if they don't have, they might have to set up a lab to kind of enhance and grow their formula for other agri residues as well from different parts of the world. For example, in different, say in Brazil, you have a lot of maybe sugarcane or bagasse waste. So how does that play a role with their formulation? So those are the kind of things which they need to look at in the long run.
For sharing this, and that is just drive or design the picture that on the startup scene, and indeed on the climate tech scene, there is not only the technologies, there is also the model embedded in, and the innovation could be not only powered by 0 and 1, by digital and coding or algorithm. We could scale in another way. So let's be ingenious. Let's be for net zero target, and tailor-made from all countries, their differences and their capability to finally to meet the same goal of everyone. So Sydney, we're going just to have a smart and small coffee or tea break before jumping into your session dedicated to net zero towards the energy sector, who will be which will be animated by Christophe Poinçon. So let's take a break for all the audience and be back in a few minutes.
So, so Fabrice, are we talking about 5 minutes or 10 minutes?
Yes, in fact, we are going just to have a break, and after we're going to be back in 10 minutes for the next session 2.2.
Okay.
Yes. So keep online just to have a break.
Okay.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning, bonjour.
Bonjour.
Voilà Medbad qui vient d'arriver.
Ils sont
Ouais, ils sont là.
Ils sont tous
Jo, Ahmed, Satish est là, mais il est en mute. Par contre, juste Yin Yang, en fait, pour l'instant, elle rentre pas parce qu'elle n'est pas partie du panel.
Il manque
mais elle s'est
Ahmed.
connectée, mais c'est pas grave.
Ahmed. Donc, ce que l'audience voit, Georges, c'est uniquement ce qui est en haut à droite là.
C'est que l'audience sur YouTube, c'est ça.
Et on ne voit pas du tout ça. L'audience ne voit pas ça.
Des fois, je l'incruste.
Ah, d'accord, ok.
D'accord, des fois,
si
mais c'est toujours ce qui est en haut à droite que l'audience voit.
Mais la conversation interne entre vous et les autres personnes, ça se passe ici.
Voilà.
Oui, mais comme on a le micro tout le temps, de toute façon, on n'a pas de conversation interne parce qu'il est projeté.
Comment, pardon?
Le micro, il est toujours en marche, donc de toute façon, on ne peut pas avoir de discussion.
Oui, oui, on peut avoir des discussions, tout à fait, oui, oui.
Hi, Joe, how are you? Very good, thanks. How are you?
Est-ce que...
Good, good. Very good.
Tous,
On y va.
Welcome to session 2.2 of the Carbon Pricing Conference, dedicated on how to decarbonize energy production and utilization. I am Isabelle Czerniowski-Loyol, the co-chair of the conference with Fabrice. I am a Research and Public Policy Chief Officer at BRGM, the French Geological Survey. The conference is broadcasted since BRGM offices in Paris. And I am very pleased to introduce the moderator of the session, who is BRGM Deputy Chief Executive Officer and Scientific Director, Christophe Poinceau. So I will now give the floor to him to moderate the session and introduce the panelists. Thank you, Christophe.
Thank you very much, Isabelle. So it's my pleasure to be with you today and to have the chance to share together and have discussions regarding what can be the technology which can help the world globally to mitigate the global climate change. And I suggest as an introduction to leave the floor to the different speakers to introduce themselves. So maybe we can start by Juho.
Thank you very much. Hello, my name is Juho Lipponen. I am coordinator of the Clean Energy Ministerial Carbon Capture Initiative, but I am in this panel representing the Clean Energy Ministerial Secretariat, who were not able to join today. So very happy to give you this one. Thank you.
So Hamed?
Good morning, my name is Ahmed Badr. I'm the Director of Project Facilitation Support Division in the International Renewable Energy Agency here in Abu Dhabi.
Satish?
Good morning to all of you. This is Satish Gupta, having 30 years of experience in standardization in National Standard Body Bureau of Indian Standards. At the same time, I have been a member of the FCC CDM accreditation team for competence verification of DOEs. I am a verifier for airport carbon accreditation, verifier for CORSIA, verifier for QMRP regulations for GHG emissions from maritime. So it's a great opportunity. I would like to thank the service team to invite me for this session. Thank you very much.
And Sydney?
Thanks, Christophe, and a very good morning to all of you all. I did introduce myself in the earlier session, so let me do it once again. I've been in the energy space for more than about 25 odd years, in the hydrocarbon as well as the electricity space. Out of the corporate world in October last year, and now working with new development, new technologies, and trying to work with startups, who are really struggling to make a difference, but have the passion to do it. So it's good to be part of this conference, and we'll be more than happy to share my views. Thank you.
So thank you very much, dear speaker and panelists. It's my pleasure to be with you today, and I'm quite confident we will have the chance to share very interesting views. So maybe I'm going to give a few words, I would say, to set the scene before leaving the floor to you and to the discussions we will have together. So as all of you probably know, so we are in a situation where we have a very short time frame to react. I mean, to reduce very significantly the net carbon emissions in the atmosphere in order to mitigate global climate change in consistency with the Paris 2015 agreement. And in this context, so many countries, most of them basically, have taken nationally determined contributions, which are quite important and which are based on different technologies that need to be implemented in order to meet this commitment. And the aim for most of these countries is to success to reach a global carbon neutrality, which is a very important concept, which means that we have a strict balance between the anthropic emissions, which are more or less related to our activities, and net anthropic removals or sinks. And that's a concept which has only a sense at the global worldwide scale, but it has been derived, I would say, something equivalent for the different countries, for the different companies, but it has to be understood, first point, that it's really a very global concept, and we have to be careful when we derive a local contribution. In order to meet this commitment, we have several topics or several issues to address simultaneously. The first one is to decarbonate the energy production. That's probably the most discussed topic worldwide in many countries, in the public opinion and so on. It is based basically on very significant electrification of the energy, based on the low carbon power production and different, and the low carbon power production can be of different types. We have for sure the renewables, which are very well known, like windmill, geothermy, solar panel, and so on. But we have also the nuclear power, which is also part of the games. And we have a very significant difference between the two, which is the problem of the intermittency of the renewables, which is a very important topic that we have to address, because one of the key points, and that's the second message in this energy transition, is the fact that, in fact, electricity has a very significant drawbacks, is that you need to balance very strictly from time to time the production and the consumption. So you have no easy and efficient way to really store the electricity, even if we are making very significant progress in the batteries. So we have a clear issues of smoothing, let's say, the production and the consumption based on smart grids, based also on energy storage, and also probably based on intermediate energy vectors such as green hydrogen. And for sure that will be one of the points of our discussion today, because it's a topic which is taking a rising interest worldwide. And I'm quite sure we will have the chance to discuss about that. So that's the first issue, which is decarbonation of energy production. But we have also to think about the decarbonation of usage, based for, as I mentioned, on the increased usage of electricity. And so it has to address the different use of the energy. So it means the transportation, which is a very significant contribution in many countries. We have also to address the problem of the agriculture, the residential and tertiary usage, and the manufacturing and industry. So the share of the different usage is depending from countries to countries. And but one point which is very important is the fact that amongst these different usage, we know already that we will have some residual emissions that we will probably never be able to cancel, and therefore we need also to think about sinks for carbon, and the carbon capture and storage or usage. So the well-known CCUS, and we have a specialist around the table today, will be something which is quite important in the global landscape, and that will have also to be developed. And so we'll have also the chance to discuss this topic. And so we see that, in fact, we have no one single magic solution in order to solve the problem of the energy. We have to combine everything together. There is no possibility to just cancelling one solution and so on. So it's really a global thinking that we need to develop in order to develop a sustainable low-carbon energy mix. And I guess that will be one of the key topics of our discussion, to see how we can promote this development. Before leaving the floor to the panelists, maybe two final comments from my side and from my own expertise and experience in this field. First one is the fact that the time frame of energy is a very long time frame. I mean, the time you need to build a plant and the time you will be able to operate the plant is several decades, and it can be longer than 50 years. So it means that we have a very significant inertia in the system of energy production and consumption. And the decisions which are taken right now may have effect in several years or even decades, and at the same time it means that the situations that will be available in some decades from now has to be decided right now. So it's something which is very difficult to handle in terms of policy, in terms of political decisions, because it's a time frame which is quite different from the political one. And the second comment I would like to mention is the fact that I already mentioned that point, but I think we have no single solution. I mean, we have really to take into account the particularity of each country in terms of geography, in terms of weather, in terms of technology, in terms of industry, and so on. And therefore, it's not the right option for me just to say, let's copy and paste what is occurring on this country or this other country. So we should avoid extrapolating a single solution, but try to develop very specific and adapted ones. So that was two comments I wanted to put on the floor to open the discussions. And as an second introduction, I would say, I leave the floor to Juho, who is going to give us to share his experience regarding these important topics, and in particular the CCUS. So Juho, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you very much, Christoph. And so I will talk to you a bit more broadly, also around the Clean Energy Ministerial, which is a particular government-led process to accelerate clean energy. And it's not the only one. I mean, we have Ahmed in the panel today. Irina is doing fantastic work in renewable energy sphere, and the Clean Energy Ministerial collaborates with Irina and others too. But if I may, just a few words on this particular forum, because it may serve as an interesting sort of background. Energy Agency, we will all have seen these wedge diagrams coming from them, and which show how we need to reduce CO2 emissions from energy. Often you see these wedges by technology. There's renewables and energy efficiency that occupy a lion's share in this, but then you have some others like nuclear and carbon capture that also have their role to play. But in a way, reflecting the point that our chairman was making on the timing. If you look at this chart, I think what is interesting here is really the fact that up until 2030, we have lots of mature technologies and those who are in early adoption that can do a lion's share of the job. But that's just the next 10 years, and less than that even. After that, we're going to have to really significantly ramp up technologies that are only in demo or even some prototype phase today. And so the timing is really critical to make progress on both sides. And hence also the interest of this conference and discussion. Won't dwell on this much, but again, the International Energy Agency tracks how different clean energy technologies are progressing with a simple traffic light system. Green is progressing according to plan, yellow when there's progress but not enough, and red when you're pretty far off the mark. And you can see that red is still a bit too dominant color in this chart of a lot of technologies. Some are moving to amber, but only too few of them are in green. And I think that also goes to show how important it is to continue to collaborate in driving these technologies forward. And that's where, and obviously we want to make them all green as soon as we possibly can. Now, back to the Clean Energy Ministerial, which then is one vehicle of trying to achieve that. This is 27 member countries plus 2 new countries joining this year across the world, and also North and South. This is not only the industrialized countries. There's also emerging economies who are part of the Clean Energy Ministerial. So that's the green countries you see on the map, and then a number of them are blue. They are not yet full members, but they are participating in Clean Energy Ministerial work in some particular way. And so this is a very relevant coalition of country actors who work together on a voluntary basis to drive clean energy deployment. Voluntary is an important word because there's no targets or formal targets associated to Clean Energy Ministerial work. Countries take their formal targets from UNFCCC and other mechanisms where they've committed to it. And this is a tool to try to make clean energy deployment happen.
And on the right-hand side, you see the different other organizations that collaborate very closely with this system. IRENA was mentioned, but equally the International Energy Agency and World Energy Council, various finance institutions, research institutions, and which is not shown on this slide, also industry. So all of the work that the Clean Energy Ministerial does is basically open to industrial companies that are interested in collaborating with governments and other organizations. So it really is a very powerful coalition of influential actors. And there's been 11 Clean Energy Ministerial meetings up until now, and actually the 12th is underway as we speak, hosted by the government of Chile. And it is possible still to also follow those discussions from their website. So these are the ministerial meetings that happen once per year. But then, and this is not to be read in any kind of detail, but it kind of shows the multitude of different work streams that happen under this Clean Energy Ministerial process on a voluntary basis. So countries choose to take part in some of them and choose not to take part in some of them. And they are really across the board, from various aspects of clean power to electric vehicles to hydrogen, bioenergy, biofuture, also carbon capture and storage, as was mentioned, and so forth. And countries join when they feel that this is an important area for them, and when they have a strategic interest in driving a certain technology into the market. So that's to show that the ministers meet once a year, but it's not just the ministers who meet. There's a lot of work going on between the meetings. And if anyone in the audience is interested in this, please get in touch through the organizers, and we can link you with the appropriate groups for your interest. And this was the last slide I wanted to show, just to highlight that the 12th Clean Energy Ministerial meeting is going on at the moment. So after today's session at this conference, and tomorrow, if you have a moment, log on to sem12mi6chile.com and register, and you can still also catch some of these discussions in this forum. So I will stop the screen share here and simply say that everybody's needed in this game. Industry, finance sector, the Clean Energy Ministerial is but one possible platform for collaboration, and many others are needed as well. But perhaps this provides some kind of background and interest for the rest of the discussion. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Juho, for this very interesting and introduction. And it's nice to see that there is so many commitments coming from all around the world to move forward in this direction. So thank you very much for your experience. So I propose that, so you mentioned in your slide and on your figures that we need to accelerate the pace of development of this low carbon technology. So I would like to ask Sydney, because he has been long involved in the technology development as a technology advisor. What does he think about the low carbon technology that can be deployed quickly in order to move forward low carbon technology and carbon neutrality, and maybe what are the levers that can make this feasible? How to reduce the time to market, if I can use this word?
Thanks, Christoph. And I agree with Juho that we are running out of time. If you look at the recent report, I think just about 6 days ago, the WMO released a report that there is a 40% chance that the average global temperatures will hit 1.5 degrees within the next 5 years. Now, if that happens, then it can be a point of no return, because the climate is not like a car which it will go and then stop and it can come in the reverse. If it already crosses 1.5, then the impacts could be quite challenging. So time is of the essence. Now, to look at decarbonization, there are a number of technologies available. You require finance as well. At the end of the day, what is important? Is the return on investment so important, or is your long-lasting sustainability important? For example, now the world is talking about hydrogen. Hydrogen is supposed to be the next generation fuel because it does not have any emissions. But yes, the costs are high. Globally, number of them are working on it. There is an opportunity to make it economical. Carbon capture and utilization. Okay, I'm not saying the word sequestration. I'm calling it utilization, because there are technologies available in which CO2 blended with hydrogen can be made into a synthetic fuel. So it addresses certain aspects. And as Christoph, you mentioned earlier, it's not one solution fits all the issues. So we will have to take different solutions. And some solution may be very expensive in a certain geography, so it could have the least amount of influence. Whereas in another geography, depending upon the market economics, it can play a different role. So one has to look at which solution plays the biggest role and addresses the aspect of carbon mitigation. Keeping in mind also sinks, as you mentioned about sinks. When we are talking about, let's say, developing an organic sink or developing a green sink, one has to realize that it will only act as a sink after a few years, because a plant just doesn't grow in one day and start sequestering tons of carbon dioxide. So even if we start the sink today, it may take about 5 to 10 years, depending upon the species that we are talking about, to actually sequester a certain amount of carbon. You mentioned about the energy sector or the utility sector. There is enough amount of renewable in terms of, and this is a known technology in terms of wind and solar, in different parts of the world. Even in the last year, there were so many statements that Germany was operating only on renewable power. But now if you want to make this infirm power into firm power, then storage will play a very important role. And what's the kind of storage that we are talking about? Today, yes, globally, everybody is pushing on lithium ion. But if you talk about lithium ion, your mining is going to increase like crazy. So again, storage has to be looked at, which storage fits for what solution. If you're talking about energy arbitrage, we just require maybe gravity storage or compressed air storage. It's okay. Efficiencies may be a little low as compared to lithium ion, but these are long running and long storage system. So as you pointed out, different solutions, different packages based on different geographies and the economics as well. And of course, the biggest one to make all this happen in quicker time is the finance. So, if someone sits and just looks at the return on investment and IRR today, it will not make sense. But then that plunge has to be taken, because it's an issue which is global. It's not just a so-called very local issue.
So thank you very much. In fact, I fully agree with what you said regarding the sustainability. I think it's the real criteria that we should all have in front of our analysis. I mean, we have to think globally, we have to think long term, and single solution taken alone can't be a right solution. So you're fully right. It could be quite interesting to have the viewpoint of Hamed, who is working at IRENA regarding the development of renewables. So as you mentioned, it's not part of the game, and I would like to ask him how he sees the development of these technologies worldwide, what role they can play in order to reduce the carbon emissions and the journey towards carbon neutrality, and what is his vision regarding the next equilibrium energy mix.
Thank you very much for offering me this relevant question. Actually, I fully agree with what mentioned by Joe and by my colleague in Sydney, but actually, in order to integrate the views specifically with Joe and the clean ministerial initiatives that's coming from this unique structure, we have also to work with the developing economies. And I remember Joe very well, and you also started by talking about the importance of supporting developing economies in order to change their energy mix, in order to change the carbon structure or the hydrocarbon industry in their countries. And in that sense, we had to join with as IRENA, with the United Nations Development Program in order to launch a very important program together with Sustainable Energy for All and in coordination with Green Climate Fund, a platform that basically aiming to enhance and accelerate the climate investment globally, or climate investment or carbon neutrality related investment globally. And actually it works well. So if Fabrice could basically give me the control in order to present few slides, about 5 slides, about what's climate investment platform and how does it work, I would really appreciate. Can I, Fabrice? Okay. I hope you see my slides now. Do you see my slides?
Not yet.
The presentation?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Okay. So just give me 1 second. Hold on to the time of the presentation. So here's screen. Okay.
It's coming.
Okay, very good. So the climate investment platform is basically a platform that works now and deliver results. And it's basically in order to, it was meant to develop and to make a tripartite partnership between banks and countries and investors, and to end up with putting solution on project-based transactional solutions for projects in developing economies mainly, but also if any developed economy wanted to do that, we are ready to support. And you will see the results in my next few slides. So next slide actually is to give you what is the platform or the sorry for that. So the climate investment platform, again, it was established during the UN Secretary General conference that was basically launched in September 2019, and it works among those 4 institutions I mentioned earlier. And actually it works on practical terms on 4 tracks. First track, to help countries to develop their climate targets as per Paris Accord in 2015. Second is to help those countries based on these targets to develop and enforce relevant policies and regulation, and to create a marketplace in which those projects will come based on these targets and reformed policies to come into an action and to be developed and matched with available financing opportunity, mainly from private sector, and secondly from development banks, including local banks, in order to make sure that we are crowding in local economies, and finally working on de-risking these projects in partnership with banks. To date, basically, we can see that the most attractive region that requesting the support of the CIP and benefited of this is West Africa region. Among other 14 divisional region we have developed. In Africa only we have 5 divisions between North, South, East, and Western Central Africa, to be followed by 2 regions in Central America and Latin America, 1 region in Central America, and then 2 regions in Asia, 1 region in Southeast Europe, another 2 regions in small island developing states. To date, we have received more than 200 projects, specifically 218, and applying basically, and also we have 57 partners, financial partners, starting with World Bank and most of regional development banks like Inter-American Development Bank, African Development Bank, Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank. Sorry, if you go for next slide and to look how are these 218 projects, as I just mentioned earlier, is that about 50% of the projects are basically are requesting financing, to be followed by projects that need pre-visibility or in a very early stage, and we are supporting too. And we are talking here about investments with more than $2 trillion. And if you look for the measure of the project, that we can see that clearly that most of the projects coming from private sector, which is a very good phenomenon, because actually a lot of financial partners coming as asset management funds like BlackRock and Blackstone. And finally, we are talking here about the major requested funding for projects in Africa, and most of the countries globally is coming for small scale projects. this calls for an importance to crowd in and call local banks in order to involve and to work on supporting small-scale projects. I have to say here that the COVID-19, as one of the challenges that we met and are working now, transforming it into opportunity, is that small-scale projects will help a lot in affording more public health services that will directly impact in positive combating all pandemic diseases starting with COVID-19. I think it's very relevant and important to mention that here. If you go for the next slide, we can see clearly that out of these 218 projects, we had to work over the past year during the COVID-19 in order to sorting out this project. And we basically applying our quality at entry projects, because actually our banking team that we developed, or we found that there are 50 projects that is in need for technical assistance to develop them into bankability level in order for financiers to come and to support. And again, let's not forget that this is to answer the main question by our moderator and by Juhu, that we are working on scaling up and accelerating carbon-friendly investment, mainly renewable energy. And this is more action in the ground by facilitating more investment. And you will see now that out of these 50 projects, we defined 32 projects already supported by IRENA. And actually, out of these 32, there are already 15 projects have already accepted by international financial institution to provide funding. Last of which a project last week, it was accepted to be funded by World Bank and Asia Infrastructure Investment Bank, and it was 100 megawatt in Sudan. To give you some important numbers here, for these 32 projects, we are looking for an overall investment exceeding $1 billion, or exactly $1.1 billion. And we are aiming to 464 megawatt to be installed. And in terms of carbon friendly and saving GHG emission, we're talking about more than 5 million tons of CO2 equivalent to be saved. I have to tell you also finally that if you look for the some example, if you're looking for West Africa, we find that West Africa, because of we have very active ministerial council related to energy, which is in ECOWAS, that these countries is very active and has attracted most of the international financial institution, investment bankers, banking institution, and bankers and private sector to come and invest, to be followed by East Africa, which basically COP26 will provide more support to East African countries, among other small island developing states and Southeast Asia and Central Asia as well. Finally, I just would like to highlight this very important slide, and which will be my last slide. And this is actually related to what are the partners with us in the CIP. You can see that we have more than 50 financing partners, including development banks and international financial institution. But the major investment needed is basically between two things: debt, which is normal, including de-risking debt, but more importantly, actually is the equity, because the high rise, or basically the increase of the profitability or return on investment on renewable energy. I can tell you that clearly the percent of this 27% of equity, it will go further to be more exceeding in the years to come, as per our World Energy Transition Report and our costing report, to be exceeding the debt percentage. Because simply investors are looking for this, especially if we are looking at how can we de-risk this investment. Last example before handing over to my respected colleague, the moderator, is the fact that if you look for some big investor equity investment company like Copenhagen Infrastructure Partners, who are putting $50 billion from Denmark pension funds to invest in renewable energy, it's quite clear that the more we work on de-risking investment in renewable energy in developing economies, the more we spread on reaching carbon neutrality and Paris Agreement targets. I stop here. I'm sorry that most of my intervention on banking and examples, but this is basically because I'm a banker by background, and my division working mainly on putting more results, factual results, and evidence-based support in the ground. And thank you very much. Over to you, Mr. Moderator.
This presentation and for all what is done by IRENA to develop the low carbon technologies. I would like to leave the floor to Satish. He has a long experience as a climate expert, being involved in UFCC, and I would like to ask him what could be the role of the carbon pricing and the carbon market, and how we can have an international carbon exchange, and how it can support development of the regional policy. And as you mentioned, there is a very important driver to promote, which is a financial one. So Satish, the floor is yours.
Thank you, the chairman of this panel. Actually, I'm delighted that already the three speakers have already, spoken about Mr. Joho, Sydney, and Irena. They have already covered many points which I wanted to say. But at the same time, I would like to say that initially you mentioned about that not a single technology would work for all the countries all together. Because geographically, if we see all countries, they have a different kind of, social aspects. They have a different kind of geographical aspects. So the single technology which we want to propose would not work for all the countries together. At the same time, as rightly mentioned, is that while we go for carbon pricing, it may not be should not be a long-term pricing policy. Because if it is a short-term kind of action plan, likewise in CDM, we were having the maximum number of CDM projects in India, where we could see that baseline methodology and all kind of projects they had given at that time, they were online. So the countries which were not able to afford the carbon emission reductions, they could be getting a lot of benefit out of the technology available to them to developed countries. So it will be a nice idea. You mentioned about the low carbon technology aspects. The low carbon technology aspects, I would say that in India, most of the countries here in Asia, they are going for low carbon road transport. For example, there is a e-vehicle movement which is going on in a big place. Again, there would be a big problem about the availability of the lithium-ion batteries. So lithium-ion is again a concern already. Mr. Sydney has already covered that point. That whenever we go for any kind of technology, we should see the pros and cons and then benefits occurring out of it. At the same time, the availability of the resources to complete that kind of thing. We are also delighted to see that there is a carbon pricing leadership coalition by World Bank. That coalition is giving us the carbon pricing leadership report is already available. That report is for the latest year, and in that, if we see that report in detail, many of the companies which are available here in India and all Asia Pacific, they have already committed to their, they have already pledged how much, which technology they will use, and then how much they are going to reduce. So, depending on the requirement of a country, it is specific to the country to country. So in India also, we would like to say that let it be the responsibility of the specific country to use a particular technology. If suits to them, they can always use it, and if it doesn't suit to them, they can always find out some other alternatives. That is my submission, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We emphasized several times in this discussion today that there is no single solution to apply it everywhere. It's rather a national solution to develop country by country. And at the same time, and many of you are involved in multilateral initiatives, but at the same time we need to collaborate, because we will either win together or lose together the global mitigation, the global climate competition, I would say. So I'm going to leave the floor to all of you, but how do you think we can reconcile this national policy, which depends on the national characteristic, and at the same time the need for promoting a strong international cooperation, in particular between the more mature and developed countries and the less developed countries? I don't know who wants to take the floor to give some insight.
I'll take a start. I'll take a start on that. So, when we're talking about a collaborative approach, now, I mean, we still will have to accept the fact that we will still need liquid fuels to a certain extent. Okay, now that's a given. It will have to be accepted. But can we look at making synthetic fuels? Now, synthetic fuels can very well address the aviation sector. They can address the large transportation sector. Collaborations could be worked out with, say, the financial institutions, with the country which does have, say, carbon capture at the lowest cost of carbon capture, in terms of dollar per ton of carbon dioxide. Look at hydrogen generation, combine the two, and make synthetic fuel. Now, this is something which can be done, in terms of technological collaborations, interest of the countries in order, because some of the countries, as I think even Juho or my colleague from IRENA mentioned, that those countries who are still dependent upon fossil fuel, or their economies are dependent upon fossil fuel, it may not be right to ask them to just kind of switch over. So in that space, synthetic fuel can be replaced by fossil fuel, which talks about a circularity taking into account the carbon dioxide which is emitted from some other industry. So that's the kind of collaboration that one could look at and then put it on the ground, so that the developing economy does have the hydrocarbon fuel which they require to build up their economy, but it's coming from sequestered carbon dioxide, and the CO2 becomes, it's in a circular motion. You are not digging it out of the ground. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes.
If I come here to integrate with my colleague, I fully agree with what he said, number one. Number two, actually, there is, because we are working with government, actually, I can tell you that there is institutional complexity to change all these kind of regulation. And this is the most challenging part. And in order to do that, absolutely, this is right, but you need a lot of investment. Just to give you some important numbers from our World Energy Transition Report and also our costing report in IRENA here, that 2/3 of the needed investment to reach Paris Agreement targets has to come from private sector. All development banks globally, including World Bank Group institutions, cannot do all needed cost for these investments that we are talking about. Private sector has to come in. And to do that, you cannot also do that without including in this 2/3 of, we're talking about trillions, we're talking at least about more than $15 trillion has to happen in less than a decade, specifically in 9 years, assuming now that we started the second half of 2021. That you have to include local economies, not only to have to because of the cost, but to have also, as we say in the banking language, to have a skin in the game. Otherwise, how do you secure this investment? So in reality, to do that, you have to crowd in these economies. Without it, it won't work. We're talking about plans over plans. But to do that in reality, you have to work in two things: dissolve or de-risk these institutional or reform these institutional structures in these economies. And second, to put pilot real examples to follow. And by that, you will help, including, by the way, introducing the hydrogen. Just to let you know that we are working now in a hydrogen project in Chile, since Joe is talking about that the clean minister, but there is also some important introductory projects for hydrogen and for other business technologies to come in terms of clean energy. But you need to have it one by one. For sure, you need to scale up and to accelerate, which we do. But you need to keep in mind also that each of these countries have their own challenges. And without de-risking these problems, then you will lose 2/3 of the needed investment as per our cost calculation here in IRENA in the report I mentioned earlier. Thank you very much.
If I may come in on this one as well, agree with what the previous speakers were saying, and particularly what Ahmed was saying about the need that this is not only coming from public purse. At the end of the day, citizens of the world will have to foot the bill of our cleaner technology, and but there's different ways to drive different parts of it. I think the mature technologies that we today have, the business case in many of them is starting to be there, and they just have to be brought to the market, and they are being brought to the market, which is great. But then when we need closer coalitions with governments and industry and finance, is really also those new technologies that are not yet really there, that are in demo phase or prototype phase. You could talk about green hydrogen. We know how it can be made, but yet it's too expensive today, but it can be way less expensive tomorrow. Direct air capture, which may be well also for Sydney's point to create synthetic fuels. They can also be created out of the air if you have clean hydrogen available. So these types of technologies then will require coalitions between governments, industry, and finance to really drive them into the market through R&D and innovation inputs. So, but I think the signs are good. We have net zero targets from many parts of the world, many countries. COP26 coming up. We have a lot of, I think, positive movement around the real energy transition and transformation, and that is really, really great.
Thank you very much for the three of you. It was very interesting, and in fact, one of the movement which is rising right now is a significant interest on hydrogen, green hydrogen, I mean, which is not the real already existing. And so I would like to ask you also, what do you think about the impetus on the hydrogen economy? Do you think it could be a game changer? And what are the steps that will be needed for you in order to be able to have this technology mature early enough to be able to tackle the objectives of net zero in time?
Maybe I could start this important and very smart question. Actually, I have to thank you for this smart question. It is very, it is always a challenge, and I congratulate you for this question. I'm sorry to repeat that. Well, there are several drivers, but if you look at the past and to see similar examples, look at 10 years back, how does solar PV and CSP was working. At that time, 10 years ago, CSP was really the technology that we are looking at because it materializes the energy storage, so you can have 24/7 clean power supply. But then the Chinese specifically and Indians came with this battery storage and lithium-based storage, and then it moved up in Europe. France, Germany, and UK took the lead, and now it works. So I can tell you that in our estimation from the World Energy Transition Outlook report, and again costing report, we can see this will happen in terms of timing within the decade time. So it will catch the time before Paris Agreement targets will come into the deadline. But to reach that, there are several parallel actions has to take place. Number one is that developed economies, and this action already done, they already set targets for net zero by 2050. Most of the countries have done so. And European Commission and one of the major financial drivers globally through EIB and EBRD and European EDFIs basically doing that. In parallel, also, there is a global voice coming from international institutions, IRENA and IEA and others, has to put that. And the most challenging part is actually coming on the developing economies. But actually, this will happen for several reasons. Number one, if you look at the dramatic change now for IOCs, in order to put 20% of their global investment, all IOCs globally, in clean energy, this means they are coming into this, starting with hydrogen. That's really the case. So if you put some kind of adjusted extrapolation on how this curve will go up, and to put some kind of projection with the solar PV and CSP in the past, including basically onshore wind and then offshore wind, you can see this will happen. Finally, I have to say that without crowding in local economies and working more on the risking more investments at normal renewable energy, that will help, because if you look at the overall global dimension of the countries, you can find that more than 80% of the countries globally doesn't have oil resources. regardless that OPEC or OPEC Plus is working on putting the price, it goes up and down. But the more political comfort and ease and political ease for the countries who are non-oil source countries will look for and rely on clean energy, starting or including hydrogen, the better to advance this curve. So there are several parallel actions. Last of which I will conclude by this. If you look at Germany specifically, when they started their technology for boosting renewable energy, they have put more than 82 actions in parallel, more than 20 years, to start working on renewable energy and to foster it in their clean energy, in their energy mix. And this is taking shape now for other countries in Europe or developed economies to be followed by developing economies. I stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other insight around the table regarding the hydrogen economy?
I think hydrogen is going to play a very key role. And it can play a key role because one of the best things is that the end of combustion is only water. You know, when it's burnt, it only gives out water as the end produce of combustion. However, the challenge is in making it economical. Today, yes, steam reformation or steam method reformation is the cheapest form of hydrogen available. And technology needs to be built in order to look at how we could maybe utilize existing carbon sources, for example, coal. You know, instead of directly burning coal, if we could look at gasifying the coal and then extracting hydrogen out of it and see how that would fit into the entire carbon balance of that technology. You know, if you are reducing the amount of CO2 emitted by that much quantity of coal being burnt and converting it into hydrogen, then it makes sense, you know, irrespective, you know, globally, we've given different color to hydrogen as, you know, green, blue, brown, etc. But it's not that the hydrogen is colored, it's just the methodology in which it is extracted. But in the long run, hydrogen surely can play a big role in the entire change of the energy mix on the carbon platform. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So we are slightly moving towards the end of this panel. I suggest, if you agree, that each of you, if you have a key message you would like to give to the audience. So I leave you the floor for one key message, one sentence, 1 minute.
A long sentence if it fills the whole minute, but I will try. Yeah, no, coming from where I come from, i.e. working with a government-led coalition of the willing, I think my key message is that, you know, we have lots of organizations, governments, industry, finance sector who actually want to make a difference, and now it's a matter of doing it and keeping these actors together in Clean Energy Ministerial or IRENA or IEA or wherever they come together, by keeping them together and allowing them to drive forward. It's about doing it. We don't need to wonder about this transition anymore. That's my key message.
Thank you, Chuo. Yes?
Yeah, if you allow me, my key message was, let's continue pushing more on accelerating clean energy investment and helping developing economies on de-risking projects, including the introduction of new technologies, starting with hydrogen. Thank you.
Satish?
I'd just like to say that, you know, that a lot of things have been happening over here. And then we should see the economical aspects also, whether the technology which we are going to use, is it fair, and then it can be used by those countries which can afford it, and then it's a right kind of thing to think about it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sydney?
Yeah, I think globally, we've all gone through this pandemic of COVID, right? And but for COVID, there is a vaccine available, irrespective of who has made it, but there is a vaccine available. But for climate change and for climate abatement, the only vaccine is seriously reduce your emissions. That's my final word. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I want to thank very much the four of you, very distinguished panelists. I guess we had a very interesting time, and I hope the audience will have appreciated this discussion. As a final message, I would like to say that our discussion clearly shows that first, we are all on the same boat. We are all in the same race in order to try to succeed to reduce our carbon emissions and reach the net zero carbon neutrality. And so it means that we need all the expertise around the table, and we need all the low carbon technologies. There is no single solution. Each country has to define its most relevant and most reachable solution in a time which is very short. And we have a very significant difficulty to overcome, which is a different of time frame between the time we have to take actions to mitigate the global climate change and the characteristic times of the energy system, which is quite long. And we all see that we need to reconcile these two issues, which is not so obvious. And so for sure we need, in order to promote this very significant movement to implement key financial tools and financial rules, and carbon pricing technology is one of them. And so I guess we are on the real direction, moving forward all together in order to develop these low carbon future technologies. So I want to thank you very much. I want to thank the audience, and I leave the floor to the organizer.
Thank you, Christophe. Thank you, the panelists. It was very useful to hear your views. And so thank you for this inspiring session. Now we are going to move to the Climate Tech Awards session with some pitches from startups.
Thank you to all. Thank you very much.
Thank you. See ya.
Here we go. You're going to raise the new hubs, the new tech hubs, the climate tech hubs. From whatever you are, here we go for the pitch series 4. Cheers. Yes, we are back now to see the next round of speed demo with Comasa as a startup, and have a smart talk to debrief with our jury member Sydney Lobo. Yes, just please see Comasa. Comasa. So probably we're going to wait, Comasa, on the speed demo? Yes. Yes, it's all right. Here we go.
The 65% of land is affected by degradation. Other effects of climate change. At the same time, as African economies urbanize, demand for domestic industrial wood products continues to rise. However, new forest plantations to meet this demand are difficult and costly to establish. Smallholder forestry presents a transformative opportunity to meet these twin challenges. Smallholder forestry can be conducted on unused, degraded portions of smallholder farming plots. At less than 20% the cost of traditional plantations, smallholder forestry can also provide long-term savings and crop diversification to farmers. The smallholder forestry vehicle will be the first and only investment mechanism to scale up forestry by smallholder farmers in Africa. So how does it work? A company partners with smallholder farmers and their communities to secure rights to degraded lands for tree growing. The company provides free training to farmers and retains ownership of seedlings and trees for the first year and a half, the riskiest stage for tree mortality, while the farmers provide land and limited labor. Eventually, the company aggregates and sells tree contracts to a special purpose investment vehicle backed by debt and equity investors. Profits are shared back with these investors as well as with farmers. The smallholder forestry company Komaza, which proposed the idea to the lab, will launch the vehicle in coastal Kenya, an area of high vulnerability to drought and flooding. It could then expand to other regions and countries, including Ethiopia, Mozambique, Rwanda, Tanzania, and Uganda. As of 2018, Komaza has already planted 3,800 hectares of trees with 14,000 farmers. For the first investment vehicle, Komaza seeks to raise $35 million to purchase 5,000 hectares of trees, guaranteed debt, and $14 million in equity. This proof of concept will test this new model of forestry investment. Once proven, Komaza will launch follow-on vehicles every 3 to 5 years that will each be 50 to 100 million in size and cover up to 15,000 hectares of planting. That's more than twice the size of Manhattan Island. Portfolio by aggregating geographically diverse tree farms and reducing both transaction costs and risks compared with business-as-usual forestry investments. The first vehicle is expected to provide total returns of over 10% to investors over its lifetime, while subsequent vehicles will likely return around 15 to 20%. The smallholder forestry vehicle is also expected to generate crucial climate resilience benefits as well as add to the livelihoods of farmers. Lab analysis shows that the first vehicle will restore 5,000 hectares of unused degraded land and reach over 16,000 farming households. Each tree farm can increase a household's income by 10 to 30% over 12 years, as well as enhance its resilience to climate shocks. By 2030, the smallholder forestry vehicle has the potential to restore more than 40,000 hectares of degraded land and reach 50,000 farming households. By creating a new forestry asset class, the smallholder forestry vehicle aims to make smallholder forestry as commercially viable as it is good for the environment and for people.
Non, 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 pas Florence. Okay. Okay. Hi. Hi everyone, we are back after the Komaza speed demo. We are going to now have Sydney Lobo for a smart debrief according to Komaza input. Are you here, Sydney?
Repeat, please.
Are you here, Sydney? You're not far from here? Are you connected?
Yes, I can hear. I can hear you. Yeah.
Okay, great, great. So let's how can we say a new categories of climate techs that we highlight today after Safi Organic, now Komaza. On this category of startups, what could you're adding input? Will it be the same as Safi Organics, or you have seen something different in their model?
I think with Komaza, it is more like a social project, which is for uplifting the economic status of marginal farmers. And based on the video that I saw, it looked like it's an idea. It could be that this video may be an old one because they were seeking some funds and things like that in order to even do a proof of concept. That's the reason why I'm saying that it appeared like an idea. Okay. Now, even in terms of if someone looks at it purely from an investor point of view, they mentioned that the investment return would be about 10%. So for typical investors, maybe until and unless the investor is very focused on the climate aspect, for him 10% may be okay. But then there may be some who for whom 10% may not be okay. So maybe Comasa can also look at becoming an so-called agroforestry company, which can help industries in offsetting some of their emissions by dedicating a certain amount of acreage for the carbon sink. So that's another, maybe they can view that as another source of revenue just to increase the rate of return. But overall, as a so-called business model which can be rolled out, it seems very focused towards the African continent at the moment. And there are many other agencies globally who are doing similar so-called social forestry projects, in their own areas. So in terms of coming out with a unique selling point, or of course, obviously there's no IP associated over here. So, it can be very well replicated anywhere else, but Comasa will not get they will not get any benefit out of it because there isn't any IP to protect here, in terms of a startup having a revenue model, based on their IP. That's my feeling.
Thanks, Sine. We are in this field, in the frontier of the startup or a social entrepreneurship based on community, so with a much more social and environmental impact, and also the frontier of a project who was fulfilled by sometimes carbon offsetting project from big corporations. How can we scale or reboot this project in this field according to carbon offsetting to make them being real startup, technology based? They come from, in fact, the asset of the people first and connected to the natural asset to have an input and an impact. Probably they need the other piece of the dispositive, which is a tech layer. How can we fulfill it? And on the other side, some project comes from the tech layer and try to scale by connecting deeper with the community, but they are not connected directly. So from these two sides of the same coin, what could you suggest to the companies, to climate techs who have already natively born with a natural asset and social asset, then to scale with the tech?
So at the upfront, I don't think there is any technology involved in this in Comasa, because it's basically agroforestry, and you select species which are native, which are local, which will provide you with the lumber that you need. So if I look at their main goal, it's mainly to increase the so-called revenue for the small and marginal farmer. Okay, so there is no technological intervention over here in terms of, and that's the reason why I'm saying is that there is no IP over here. If someone spends some time and understands the business model, it can be replicated in any other part of the world. Now that's the only area which I see that this is basically absolute social intervention, and that's why I'm suggesting that in order to look at a revenue model, if it can become like an agroforestry company which has the opportunity to gain some additional revenue from carbon offsets, of another unit or whatever. As in one of the earlier sessions, heard that it takes time for a green sink to actually act as a sink, in order to sequester carbon. So these guys if they've already started on it, then that's something which they will be ready much faster than someone who may start in the next couple of years.
From the last but not least, the other side of the table. So we have set the two sides of the entrepreneurship mindset, from social entrepreneurship to tech companies, pure tech companies. On the other side of the table, on the investor's place, what is the frontier that you see between pure VC or VC entrepreneur and...
I can't hear you, Fabrice.
You can't hear me? Do you hear me?
I lost you.
Is it okay now? You can hear me, Sydney? We are. Do you hear me? Is it good for you?
Yeah, now it's good.
Okay, thanks. So yes, the question is on the other part of other side of the table. There is user VCs, investors, and VCs are part of them. CVCs, corporate venture. When it comes with investment, there is another trend which is close to philanthropy venture. What will be the frontier with this kind of company between social VC firm or boutique and philanthropy venture? And how can we bridge probably a combination, a mix of philanthropy ventures and VC's entrepreneurship, social entrepreneurship?
So this could be, it doesn't have to be only backed by VCs. It can actually be backed by even large corporations who have the so-called corporate social responsibility funds. They may be spending funds in their corporate social responsibility. That could become a straightforward funding opportunity for, these kind of social organizations who are trying to do the upliftment. So it could be a double benefit for these large corporations, that their CSR funds are getting utilized for a good purpose. And at the same time, there is a certain amount of carbon offsetting also, which is possible for them, which is not going to be a part of the CSR, but which will come at a cost to them. Then that becomes a business model for a company like Comasa, who runs such an outfit.
Great, thanks, Sydney, for sharing this input for this batch session. And as usually now, we are going just to have a small break of tea or coffee. Just be back in few minutes with another panel, which is an amazing one, dedicated to CCS and CCUS, carbon capture and storage and utilization. A very special one with also great panelists, representative from these technologies. So let's have a rest for the next 10 minutes and be back for this new panel. And Sydney, sure, we're going to be back for the next round of startups and also for your session dedicated to data and technologies this afternoon. So yes, pleased to join this afternoon, Sydney, and for all the audiences all around the world, just have a coffee break or a tea break as you prefer. See you next.
See you.
Bye.
Je lance la vidéo. Ça dure combien de temps?
4 minutes 30.
Il y a combien de temps? Non, mais il y a combien de temps?
Ah, pardon, je laisse la vidéo. Je n'ai pas 5 minutes 30. Est-ce que...
Il voit la vidéo.
Non, pas celle-là. Comment ça finit?
Je passe.
Un slide.
La slide est on. Tu peux parler, c'est bon.
I am Isabelle Czerniowski-Loriol, co-chair of the Carbon Pricing Conference with Fabrice Seng, and welcome to session 2.3, dedicated to the CO2 capture, storage and utilization, CCUS. CCUS is a key climate technology that was developed on purpose to fight climate change. It is an important carbon sink, the geological carbon sink. Carbon that was extracted from the underground is the main cause of climate change, so let's put it back into the underground. We are going to see first a short video produced by the French Club CO2, a sponsor of the conference. This is an introduction to the technology.
The French Club CO2 presents a key climate technology, CCUS, CO2 capture, storage and utilization. CCUS appears in carbon neutrality scenarios to respond to the urgency of climate change mitigation. It provides a complementary solution to energy efficiency and renewable energies in order to offset the CO2 emission that cannot be avoided. In the French national low carbon strategy, CCUS is expected to contribute to 15 million tons of CO2 per year by 2050, 5 million tons from the reduction of various industries' emissions, 10 million tons from the removal of atmospheric CO2 through bioenergy with CCS. CCUS has already been implemented in several countries. As illustrated on this video produced by the CO2 Multi-Store project in Scotland, CCUS consists in capturing CO2 at power or industrial facilities, transporting it by pipeline or ship to a storage location, and injecting it via a well in a suitable formation for long-term storage. The captured CO2 can also be used to produce fuels, materials or chemicals. Club CO2 gathered 33 French CCUS industry and research players with skills and expertise on the whole CCUS chain, providing solutions to deploy CCUS in France, in Europe and worldwide. The French CCUS players gathered within the Club CO2 Association are pleased to announce the organization of the 16th International Conference on Greenhouse Gas Control Technologies 2022. 7 years after the Paris Agreement, 2022 is a key date for launching CCUS in industry so as to be ready for its deployment in 2030 and to achieve carbon neutrality by 2050. At the crossroads of continental Europe, France is the ideal place to boost CCUS, which has a crucial role to play in reducing CO2 emissions in industry and energy production. We will be happy to make you discover some of the 200 laboratories dedicated to CCUS in France and visit some of our pilots and demonstration projects. On behalf of the Club CO2, let me introduce the organization committee. ADEME, the French Agency for Ecological Transition, a major player for the implementation of public policy, with funding programs to allow new CCUS projects to emerge and grow. BRGM, a French reference applications, which conducts research on CO2 geological storage. Total, a major sponsor of the conference, who spends 10% of its R&D budget on CCUS technologies, also involved in developing CCUS commercial-scale projects. IFP Énergie Nouvelle, a major research and training player, strongly engaged in developing technologies to make CCUS a reality. The conference will be held in the great city of Lyon. Lyon, part of UNESCO's World Heritage. Lyon, European Capital of Smart Tourism 2019, and also Capital of Gastronomy. Come to France, come to Lyon in October 2022. We will be pleased to welcome you for the 16th International Conference on Greenhouse Gas Control Technologies.
So I am now pleased to introduce the moderator of the session, Graham Sweeney, the chairman of the European Zero Emission Platform. Graham, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Isabel, and good morning, good afternoon. As Isabel said, I'm the chair of the Zero Emissions Platform, and Zero Emissions Platform is a technical advisor to the European Commission on carbon capture and storage and carbon capture and utilisation, and is a European technology and innovation platform under the Commission's Strategic Energy and Technology Plan, usually called the SET plan. We have an excellent panel today. Gulauren Taran, General Manager and Head of Communications at the Global CCS Institute, Anastasios Perimenis, Secretary General of CO2 Value Europe, Juho Lipponen, Coordinator General of the Clean Energy Ministerial, Jonas Helfeth, Director of Bologna Europe, and Florence Del Bragiano, President of the French Club CO2, whom you have seen in the video. With the European Green Deal and the European Climate Law, the European Union has increased its climate ambitions and formalised its support for the target of climate neutrality by 2050. And as you've already heard, CCS and CCU technologies can contribute substantially to reducing emissions from energy-intensive and difficult to decarbonise industries, while safeguarding industrial activity, maintaining jobs and boosting economic growth. And we'll try to look at the global context as we work through the panel. This session will focus on those technologies, and the discussions today will consider 4 key challenges to address for CCUS. The first is investments and funding. The second, technical challenges for scaling up and large-scale deployment. The third, industrial implementation for a wide range of economic sectors tailored to the specifics of territories. 4, social benefits, impacts, and societal readiness. The perspectives will be broad, and first we will begin with a presentation from Gulauren Taran, the General Manager and Head of Communication at the Global CCS Institute, who will present a strategic overview of CCS.
Thank you very much, Graham, for that introduction. And I just want to make sure that everybody can see my slides. Perfect, thank you. Just give a very brief overview of the progress of CCS, global progress of CCS around the world. I will start by reiterating what carbon capture and storage is, or CCS is, and obviously we've seen that in the video. CCS is a set of technologies that capture CO2 from either large stationary emission sources, such as power plants, industrial plants, or from the atmosphere, and transports the CO2 through pipelines, ships, or trucks, and injects it into deep, secure underground storage, either saline geological formations or depleted oil and gas reservoirs, roughly a kilometer underground, for safe and permanent storage. Now, we sometimes hear people say, some critics say, CCS is an unproven technology. That's absolutely not true. CCS facilities have been operating in North America since the 1970s, and in Europe, in Norway since 1996. So it's very much a proven technology. CCS can help meet our climate targets in a number of ways. Firstly, it can help dramatically reduce emissions from large stationary emission sources. And it's not just power plants, but as we're seeing more and more from hard to abate heavy industries such as cement and steel plants. Thus, it helps with the amount of emissions that go into the atmosphere. Secondly, it can also help us with the existing pool of CO2 that's in the atmosphere by removing it literally through direct air capture or combined with bioenergy and storing underground. So it can help with the existing emissions in the atmosphere. And finally, it can help with the production of low, almost zero carbon hydrogen, a clean fuel, which can then further be used to decarbonize industry, home heating and transportation. I think it's this versatility of CCS, that the fact that it can help with both the flow of emissions as well as with the stock of emissions in the atmosphere, the fact that it can be applied to a number of different industries, it is one of the reasons that it makes it so unique and valuable climate tool in our toolkit, in addition to energy efficiency, renewables, and other measures that we have to employ. In 2020, the number of operational and development CCS facilities continued to grow for the third year in a row. Clearly, 2021, in fact, the last 18 months have been very challenging because of the pandemic, but 2020 was also recognized as a year of trying to at least build back better, which is a theme I think we're going to come back to in the course of this session, with increasing number of governments, companies, and even cities committing to decarbonization, and particularly net zero targets. And there was a growing recognition that meeting net zero targets by mid-century is going to be extremely challenging, if not outright impossible, without CCS. And as a result, we saw policy and funding support for CCS grow in a number of countries around the world. Mentioned US, Norway, EU, Australia, but of course, for example, China also for the first time included CCS in its 5-year plan. In addition to net zero targets, when we look at sort of the drivers that have been accelerating CCS, obviously, as I mentioned, supportive policies and funding is a key one. For example, the finalization of the 45Q tax credit in the US was quite momentous, but so was the first call of the EU Innovation Fund. This is the 10 billion plus fund to support innovative climate technologies in Europe, and elsewhere around the world, we continue to see government support. Hubs and clusters, or CCS networks, are emerging as favorite business models because they help scaling up of the infrastructure, they reduce costs and they reduce risks. So we're seeing them emerge in Europe and in US and elsewhere. And finally, hydrogen. It's long been called a fuel of the future, but that future is becoming increasingly very imminent, and using CCS currently is the lowest cost option for producing clean, low carbon hydrogen, and is likely to facilitate the growth and uptake of the hydrogen market and hydrogen infrastructure, as in whilst green hydrogen is also scaling up. As of May, at the Global CCS Institute, we have a database with track CCS facilities, and there are currently a total of 66 commercial facilities in the pipeline. 26 of these are operating, there are 4 under construction, 34 in different stages of development, and 2 facilities have suspended operations in North America. 17 new facilities have been added to the pipeline in 2020. Today, in 2020, we're capturing and storing almost 40 million tons of CO2 from those 26 operating facilities. And to date, since the 1970s, more than 260 million tons of CO2 has been captured and safely secured underground. And here is a bar chart of CCS pipeline development historically. As I mentioned, as you can see, there's been a growth, 3-year growth since 2018, and in 2020, year on year, we've seen a 33% in the increase in capacity of the pipeline, showing the increased momentum in terms of CCS deployment and development around the world. And here is a bubble chart of CCS development and deployment across the different applications of CCS. As I mentioned, CCS is a very versatile technology. So on the y-axis, we have the different industries, the different applications of CCS, and on the x-axis, we see how these facilities, when they came historically online or when they're predicted to come online. And as I mentioned, I think the number of applications on the y-axis is quite illuminating. Again, CCS used to be thought of as a technology to decarbonize power generation, but we can see that there are a number of different applications of CCS, not just in power generation, and certainly not just in coal, but in gas. We're going to have the first CCS, natural gas-fired power plant with CCS in the near future. But we have CCS applications in cement, iron and steel, waste to energy. I mentioned hydrogen, chemicals, ethanol, and of course, natural gas processing, which was, as you can see, some of the earliest applications of CCS concentrated on natural gas processing as an easier and lower cost application of CCS. But when we look to the future, we can also see the kind of growing, the diversification, the emergence of different applications, and we're soon to have the first CCS facilities on cement production and waste to energy and natural gas processing as well. And here's a breakdown, here's a table of commercial CCS facilities by geography. When it comes to CCS facilities, North America in particular, the US leads the scoreboard with the largest number of facilities, both that are operating, but also that are in development. There are a number of large number of facilities in North America, and there are 2 that have been idle. These are Petronova and Lost Cabin facilities. And I mentioned that we added 17 new facilities to our database last year. 12 of these are in the US because of the favorable policies and continuing the historic trend. When we look across the Atlantic Ocean, as I again mentioned, the European Commission put out the first call for the Innovation Fund, which we expect is going to be a major catalyst and a major funding source for CCS facilities, CCS projects. And we understand that in the first call, there have been some 60 applications received, which has a CCS component out of the 300 plus that have submitted. And the decision is expected before the end of the year. In the UK, where I'm based, CCS features prominently in the 10-point, the Energy Transition and Climate Plan. And the UK government aims to have at least four hubs and clusters operating by 2030, supported by a £1 billion infrastructure fund funded by the government. And looking at the other continents, there are 3 commercial facilities in the Gulf Cooperation Council region, 3 in China, 2 in the rest of the world, and with increased interest in places like Australia, India, and Southeast Asia. So to conclude, CCS is vital to achieving net zero by the middle of the century, can help to decarbonize hard-to-abate industry. It can enable production of cost-competitive, low-carbon hydrogen at scale. It can deliver dispatchable power generation with through gas generation, and it can deliver negative emissions when combined with direct air capture and with bioenergy in terms of BECCS. So whilst there's been a very strong momentum in 2020, further scaling up is needed. We estimate at the Institute that we need to move from some 26 operating facilities today to 2,000 at least by 2050, thereby a scaling of at least 100 is required. IEA's recent net zero report puts the number even higher than that for 2050. And we believe that to get there, to get to 2,000 plus facilities, supportive policy is needed to create the right conditions for investment, including putting a robust value on CO2 emission reductions, supporting and facilitating the development of CO2 transport and storage infrastructure, which is a very current topic in Europe at the moment, and clarifying that any remaining key legal and regulatory issues. So there's a lot to be excited about, but there's also a lot to do to get us to net zero and for CCS to play its part in getting us to net zero. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gloria, for that comprehensive overview of CCS today. Given the scope of our conversation, I know you will be coming back to join in the panel in due course. I thank you for that. Also, given that we should also take time on CCU, the next intervention is going to be from Anastasia Stalimenis, the Secretary General of CO2 Value Europe, who's going to give an overview of carbon capture and utilisation, including examples of the technologies and the climate mitigation potential. Anastasia, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Graham. Thank you also to the organizers for having us here in this panel. Guloren gave a very good overview of the development of CCS and the importance of CCS. So I would like to complement this with a complementary solution towards reaching our climate goals, and that would be CCU, so carbon capture and utilization. For those who don't know us, CO2 Value Europe is the European association representing the CCU community. And by CCU, we mean the reuse in principle of CO2, either taken directly from the air or from point sources from flue gases, often with the addition of renewable energy or industrial wastes through a conversion process that can lead to the production of marketable products like fuels, chemicals, or construction materials, for example. So we can see CCU being part of the solutions to mitigate climate change, and at the same time create alternative and scalable business models. Undeniably, all the solutions that we have in our armory, let's say direct electrification where it makes sense, the use of hydrogen, the use of biomass, the expansion of renewable energy capacity, CCS, as we've heard before, all those options together with CCU need to be implemented at scale so that we can reach our climate objectives. Looking at CCU, there are three main factors that show its potential to contribute to this fight. First, by reducing net emissions in various economic sectors, be it the process industry, the transport sector, the construction sector, reaching even at negative emissions in certain pathways. For example, if we're talking about direct air capture and mineralization in a construction material, which is equivalent to geological storage. Second, importantly, is to provide an alternative carbon feedstock for the production of our everyday carbon-based products. There are not many alternatives for carbon feedstock aside fossil carbon. So we have biomass, we have recycled plastics, and we have carbon dioxide, which can be a scalable option for an alternative carbon feedstock. And thirdly, and importantly, it can lead to circular approaches where reusing CO2, reusing industrial wastes, and creating symbiotic relations within industrial processes. we've seen the last years CCU being increasingly mentioned in the press. We've seen also more scientific literature coming into play, providing the evidence that it can be an important solution to climate change. When I'm saying evidence, I mean life cycle assessment studies, which is very important in for processes that are not yet commercially mature, but are almost there. So we've seen there are a lot of pre-commercial projects that are expected to come into operation in the next 3 to 4 years, and a lot more at a little bit lower TRL that are on the pipeline and that are supported by European and national schemes. So it is important, and we see movement in this area to support the upscale of such processes. Gulorens talked about the Innovation Fund, which is also applicable for CCU, and there are, in the first call, there are a lot of projects that have a CCUS or putting it better, CCS and CCU component in the Innovation Fund, which is expected in the next 10 years to play a big role in upscaling pre-commercial projects that have a large potential for climate mitigation. We have the important projects of common European interest based on 2 strategic value chains of 1, hydrogen technologies, and 2, low CO2 emission indices. And these instruments will allow member states to go beyond the rules of state aid regulation to help projects of transnational interest emerge. We also have the let's say, so to say, standard research framework program for the development of such projects at lower 2 TRL 6 to 7, the Horizon Europe, with more than 30 topics with a CCS and CCU component. Also, I would like to point your attention to the CCUS set plan. As Graham said at the beginning, you can follow its development under ccus-setplan.eu, where you can see how the member states and the set plan and the Commission works together to accelerate the deployment of CCS and CCU technologies. All this, it is important to be followed by a framework that gives the correct, a policy framework that gives the correct signal to the industrial actors that want to scale up and they're ready to scale up. And we know how complex this policy framework is now with the introduction of the Green Deal, and we need to make sure that it is consistently, CCS and CCU is consistently supportive of the development of those technologies, so that they can show their true potential in the future. With that, I thank you for this couple of minutes, and I'm happy to be part of the panel discussion.
Thank you, Anastasios. Indeed, welcome, and looking forward to both Guloren and Anastasios' participation in the panel. I'm going to move us on to remarks from the other 4 panelists, who will be bringing perspectives of CCS and CCU technologies from a European and a global point of view, and in particular, a Chinese point of view, and also from societal research and policy points of view. And so, first of all, let me introduce Juho Lipponen, the Coordinator General of the Clean Energy Ministerial. Juho, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Graham. Yeah, so I'm Juho Lipponen, Coordinator of the Clean Energy Ministerial CCUS initiative, which is a mouthful. I'll tell you what it is. Those of you who were in session 2.2 earlier today, unfortunately, I am also in this session to bother you. So apologies for that in advance. Before telling about CCUS initiative, just one point I wanted to make to reflect what Guloren and Anastasios also were already saying, that I think that the opportunity space for carbon capture has actually never been better than it is today. We're nowhere near where we need to be, and I think that was also shown very well by Guloren. But looking at all these net zero targets that governments have put in place, the realization that we cannot reach the deep reductions or net zero outcomes without some carbon capture. I think that has really come to the fore, and as a result, we have a lot of countries developing carbon capture strategies and putting in place policies to drive real projects to markets. So I think that there's heaps to do, like Lauren was saying, but the opportunity space is definitely better than it has ever been. Now, the Clean Energy Ministerial Group that I coordinate is a rather simple construct of 12 key countries from around the world, ranging from North America, US, Canada, all the way to China and Japan in Asia. And we collaborate to coach each other to make better decisions and better policy to drive carbon capture forward. So we share information on what is going on and share that best practice that is vital for everybody to learn and to put the right policies in place. A second area where we are active is also reaching out to industry, working in particular in first instance with the Oil and Gas Climate Initiative, OGCI, but also sectors like cement and steel, and hearing their developments, bringing them in contact with our governments, and identifying strategic new hubs for CCUS projects going forward. And also we talk quite a lot with the finance sector. We bring the latest on CCUS to them and bring them also in dialogue with industry and governments. And through that three-way dialogue, we hope to foster the identification and development of real CCUS projects. We don't do analysis. Analysis is done very well by various other organizations, IEA, GCCSI, and so many others. So that's not really our area. We try to bring people together to foster action. I'll leave it at that, and happy to take part in the further dialogue then. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Johan. I'm sure we will come back to the way in which the Clean Energy Ministerial can catalyse the size of the change that Galora and Anastasios noted for us earlier. We're going to move us on now to Dr. Ji Liang. He's the director of the Guangdong Centre of CCS and a senior lecturer at Edinburgh University. And in particular, I look forward to reflections not only on the state of play in China, but also on the points that have been made by the panelists to date. Dr. Ji,
Hi, thanks, Graham. So let's share my screen. So can you see the screen? Yeah. So thanks for your invite to this very important discussion. So since last September 22nd, I become like 5 times more busy every day because China announced to achieve carbon neutral by 2060 and to peak carbon emissions before 2030. And the president of China has also made another 10 different statements at different important conference. So make every company, every province, every cities takes climate change as the top priorities everywhere. So that makes all the people in my circle very busy. But to some extent, if you counting United States as also try to commit carbon neutral by 2050, so 2/3 of global carbon emission has some points to achieve carbon neutral, and also the climate ambitious is dynamic. So I always notice my Chinese colleague that although 2060 is quite far away and very difficult to reach the transition, but there's still some chance to have more ambitious climate target in the next couple of decades. So China has made more than 20 investments of CCUS pilots or medium scale industry projects. But most of the projects still, as a GCCSI statistic, are not very large scale. It's less than 500,000 ton. If we consider as a developing country, it's really doing well. But if it's compared to US and Canada and Norway, and it's still behind the progress to deploy a large-scale CCUS project. So in the last couple of days, actually, Ministry of Science, Technology, and also a few other ministries, and Ministry of Environment Protection, in their policy statement, it required China CCUS to deploy large-scale full-chain CCUS projects. So since last September, there are so many industry want to deploy pilot-scale 20,000 ton, 50,000 ton projects, but I believe unless this project technology advance have some science benefit, technology benefit, otherwise it's unnecessary to replicate a smaller pilot project. And also majority of existing projects are in oil and gas and power sectors. So China requires more projects in the steel sector, cement sectors, and other industry sector, which is taking place right now. And based on the roadmap suggested by Ministry of Science Technology in 2019, there are a few basins which is suitable for storing CO2, including Xinjiang, Ordos, Songliao, Bohaiwan Basin, Sichuan, and the Pearl River Mouth Basin. And my works is mainly focused on Pearl River Mouth Basin, but also expand to other basins from the time being. And interestingly, from Shanghai to Guangdong, the southeast of China, there's a very few onshore storage space. So it require offshore storage to solve the problem. And we recently did a study for OGCIs to understand the commercial progress for CCUS with Peng Bo from China Petroleum University. And we believe there's a tipping point around 2032. The carbon market in China, or carbon pricing in general, will be adequate to support the deployment of CCUS in the power sectors, which around 220 yuan per ton CO2 abatement cost. So it is driven by higher carbon price as well as a lower cost reduction in the next 10 years. But since the carbon neutral target being announced in China, we believe the day can be moved forward to before 2030s. And I personally believe all high concentration CO2 source will be still store or utilize. The CO2 will be dealt with by the end of the next 5 years, by 2025. So which considering about 200 million tons CO2 high concentration source in the countries. And in the last 15 years, we try to promote CCS readiness in infrastructure development following UK's regulations. And actually, this has several benefits. And recently, China National Offshore Oil Corporation started to invest in offshore CO2 storage, and the originally consideration of capture readiness will also help a few power plants in Guangdong province, to my knowledge, to deploy CCUS. And in China, we also try to have a few projects to drive the cost reduction for low concentration emission sources like coal power, cement, steel plants. And yesterday, natural gas power plants started to interest in CCUS as well. So, so our team has also tried to build a technology testing center in Haiphong, which is similar to National Carbon Capture Center in Norway, or sorry, TCM in Norway, Technology Center Monster in Norway, and the National Carbon Capture Center in Alabama in the United States. And also we recently in Guangdong province, there are three power plants and 1 cement plant and 1 offshore storage project are taking place, including 1.5 million ton and 1 million ton projects, as you can see. So original capture readiness design and planning now has become more effective. And also recently we also worked together in Jiangsu province and in Shanxi province on cement and steel projects on large-scale CCS demonstration. And in the whole country, there are about I think 20 projects which are higher than 500,000 tons CO2 capture is in the development process, which is now quite promising. And hopefully by the end of the next 5 years, we can see some very big progress in the country. And on the policy side, a few different ministries are working together, try to formulate incentive, including National Energy Administration, Ministry of Science, Technology, Ministry of Ecology and Environment. So each ministry are working hard to try to address the issues. So this is some update and overview of CCS in China. And if you have any questions, feel free to email me.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
I think we may come back for some conversation towards the end of the session. And now I'm going to move us to Jonas Helseth, the Director for Bologna Europe. And I expect that we will address some of the societal and policy issues, in particular, perhaps also the just transition. Over to you, Jonas. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Graham, and thanks to the organizers for having me over. I think I should start with a couple of words about Bologna as an organization, international environmental NGO, founded in Norway more than 3 decades ago, now with activities in a number of countries. I'm heading the EU work of Bologna, which coincidentally also now involves the UK, which meantime left the EU, but that's another story. So we have activities led from Brussels in Germany, in the Netherlands, and in the UK, and of course in Belgium, in Brussels, and on the EU level. And I work on industry, which is not to say that I don't work on CCS, but I don't work on CCS for the purpose of CCS. The same goes for CCU. But I work on industry and industrial decarbonization, and I've been doing that for the best part of the last decade, for a number of reasons, but the main one being that industry, heavy industries like steel, cement, chemicals, are industries where very little has happened during that decade in terms of emission reductions. So the steel industry, the cement industry, of course, there have been some incremental changes in efficiency. There have been some improvements also in production processes, but nothing that brings us anywhere near the trajectory that we need to be on in terms of emission reductions toward net zero. Now, of course, part of that has been driven by the fact that the net zero target has only been established very recently in Europe, and over the past decade, much of the focus has been on intermediate targets. You know, the 40% target for 2030, which has meanwhile been sharpened to 55% target, which has largely left industry out of scope because there's been, for good reasons to some extent, the need to protect industries from international competition, in the sense that if you force European industry to do things that will make them much higher cost than competitors operating in parts of the world where there are no carbon restrictions, then they will effectively either close down or move somewhere else. So that's been a real concern, but it's been a concern that has led to Europe protecting those that do nothing instead of protecting those that actually act. And that's something we need to change. So this brings us very quickly to the just transition point that Graham was alluding to before I started speaking. Just transition in the context of protecting jobs and enabling jobs to be created in an environment where you have an ever increasing ambition and a very clear ambition on going to net zero emissions. The industries that I mentioned, steel, cement, chemicals, have been to some extent collateral damage of the discussion of CCS in Europe, which has almost solely focused on the power sector. And for good reason. So if you look at the power sector discussion has been about stranded assets and about whether we should invest in technologies like CO2 capture and storage, or CO2 capture and utilization for that matter, in a sector that is expected to change toward ever cheaper renewables providing the electricity we need. Now, you can go into that discussion about timeline and scalability and all those things for a very long time, but it's not helpful because we know the direction we're going, and we know that renewables are likely to outcompete many of the the thermal technologies that are used today. So that has led to the CCS debate being one about not investing in stranded assets rather than thinking about a just transition for the jobs in the industries we know we need for the future. The steel industry and the cement industry and certainly parts of the chemicals industry are industries that you know, will have to be there to provide even the building stones of the green transition. We need cement and steel to build wind turbines. We need cement to build all the passive housing we need for the future. And these things are unfortunately largely ignored in that debate. So from my perspective, that's been almost desperate to look at when that has led to a situation where Europe in many places hasn't wanted to talk about CO2 transport and storage infrastructure because of that being perceived as an investment into stranded assets. Now, there's another aspect to add on top of that, which is the negative emissions. So if we look at the IPCC scenarios and the climate science, we see an enormous reliance on negative emissions that, at least in some scenarios, an enormous reliance on negative emissions that I think should scare most of us. And it's certainly those scare young people today that effectively, if that is the way we're going to deal with climate change, we'll have to clean up after us. So I think that Greta Thunberg, for instance, she said that once that in an interview with The Guardian, that the reason why she went on the street in the first place was exactly those scenarios, effectively putting all of that sort of backloading, all of the responsibility for dealing with emissions that we continue to dump in the atmosphere every day, to put that on the future generation to remove them from the atmosphere. But so we need to have CO2 transport and storage infrastructure for industries today. And if we don't put in place that as soon as possible to cut those emissions now, then we're going to need more of it in the future. So for me, this is a no-brainer. It's a no-regret investment. And we need to make the societal case for that. We need to make clear that if we don't do it now, first of all, we risk that the industries and their jobs that they're creating, the unions, go out in the street and protest climate ambition. We've seen it happen already. A few years ago, when there was the last reform of the emission trading system, and a new one is coming up soon, the last reform, 2015, we had the German steel unions out on the street protesting against any reduction of free emission allowances for the steel industry. And why would they do that? Partially, maybe it was misguided, but because the industry said, if there is any reduction in free allocation, we will go out of business, we'll close down, and we'll import all the steel from somewhere else. Now, if that is, the result that the unions go out and protest, we saw what happened then. The German minister, Sigmar Gabriel, at the time for industry, he backed down and blocked the reduction of free allocations. And it was that basically translated into no action in industry for another 5 years. So we have to provide industry with the tools, with the enabling tools for that just transition in order not to end up putting all of this responsibility on future generations. And therefore, I say, it's a no-regret investment in CO2 transport and storage infrastructure, and it's our responsibility to do it now. I think I'll stop there for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonas. And I'm going to move us on to Florence Delprat-Jeannot, who's the president of the French club CO2. Florence, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Graeme. I will take and illustrate some of the points that Jonas has just mentioned on the French situation. So as you all know, France has been playing a key role, in fact, in the development of global climate policies, as illustrated by the adoption of the Paris Agreement in 2015. So today, it's clear that due to the deep decarbonization of the energy, CO2 emissions in France may appear quite limited. However, we have an objective of carbon neutrality for France by 2050, which is not so simple to achieve. And we have a roadmap, and in this roadmap, we have a factor 6 to reduce our emission between 1990 and between 2050. So we have quite a number of priorities in France to reach carbon neutrality. We have, in fact, 4 priorities, which are decarbonization of full decarbonization of energy productions. We have also to reduce our energy consumptions, to reduce non-energy related emissions. But even with this priority, we need to increase carbon sinks. And when we speak of carbon sinks, we speak, of course, of natural sinks, but also of CCUS, so technological sinks. So this means that if even with all the efforts that we have done and that we are going to do, we still have a level of incompressible emissions. By 2050, this level is something around 80 million tons of CO2 that will have to be reduced due to sinks. And in particular, carbon capture and storage is part of the solutions, and is part of the solution on one side to abate what we call hard emissions, hard to abate industrial emissions at a level of 5 million tons per year. And we will also have to produce negative emissions at a level of 10 million tons of CO2 that has to be removed from the atmosphere, for example, through bioenergy with CCS, to compensate some other emissions like agriculture or transport emissions. So this means that even in a country that has deeply decarbonization of the energy, CCS is unavoidable. So the French Agency for Ecological Transition has estimated the potential of CCUS in France and put the priority on 3 regions. The first region is the Hauts-de-France, so the north of France, with a potential of 15 million tons of CO2 per year. And it is the region around the Dunkirk harbor. And this means that we will capture CO2 in the industry in this region, and then we envisage a storage in the North Sea. The second region is the Normandy, around Le Havre and Rouen, with a capture potential of 6 million tons of CO2 per year. And again, there is a close link between the Dunkirk harbor, and we envisage storage in the North Sea. And the third region is the region in the south of France, the regions near what we call Aquitaine, so near the Pyrenees, where here we have a smaller industrial ecosystem. So this means we envisage only 3 million tons of CO2 per year, and we envisage storage in depleted fields. So this means that the development of CCS in France will be strongly coupled, in fact, with territorial specificities. And in particular, it will also be strongly coupled with some clusters, some European clusters. So as mentioned, the big territories that emit CO2, Hauts-de-France and Normandy, will in majority at the first steps envisage to store their CO2 in some geological storage in the North Sea. So this is something that is very important, and this is why in the Club CO2, which gathers something like 34 players on the whole chain, we are working on deploying CCS, of course, in France, but also close links with the European clusters for transport and storage. So just to finish with an example, which is a demonstrator that is currently ongoing in Dunkirk. This is a project which is financed by the European Commission, because it is, of course, very important to have some support for the launching CCS. This project is a demonstration of an innovative CO2 capture process that has been developed by AFP Energy Nouvelle, and that will be marketed by Accents. And we are demonstrating the process, and we are also working on the design of the cluster to collect the CO2 around Dunkerque and store it in some places in the North Sea. So this is a short description of what is the situation in France. Graham, thank you.
Ross, thank you very much. Gloria, you gave us the introductory piece, a splendidly comprehensive review on CCS. I wondered if you would like to make some remarks on the way in which the conversation has gone with the panel.
I think it's just worth noting that there is clearly kind of strong policy development. There is action from companies and governments. And I think that particularly, as I mentioned, kind of developing the infrastructure, the required infrastructure in terms of the transport and storage, particularly kind of given the need for international collaboration, given that storage reservoirs are not uniformly distributed, particularly in Europe. I think there's probably a lot more to do on that front, and I'd urge the policymakers to think as sort of more broadly on that. To include, particularly in Europe, of course, all modes of transport is going to be quite critical.
Yes, I think that's clear, isn't it? The historical focus has tended to be on pipelines, but it seems likely that shipping would not only make everything more flexible, particularly in the early period, but it would also increase the equity for all of the participants, all the member states, if you like, in investing in particular stores. So there are, I think, indeed key steps that need to be taken, and that's certainly an interest for me. I think picking up the story on the use of clusters, etc., we'll come back to how we should promote that. One of the things that I wanted to do at the same time was to ask Anastasios about how the CCU community is going to make the progress it needs to on getting a standard for the life cycle analysis, so that we can be clear about the impact, the climate mitigation of the various CCU options. Anastasios.
Yes, thank you, Graham. Important question, important aspect. And what I usually say is that there are good ways to do CCU, there are bad ways to do CCU. So it is clear that every kind of CCU pathway, or every kind of technological pathway for that matter, doesn't necessarily need to be linked to CCU only. It needs to have a proven, let's say, environmental benefit asserted by a life cycle assessment, which means that all direct, indirect emissions along the pathway should be considered. This is especially important for technologies that might not have reached yet commercial level, as are some CCU pathways. And we have witnessed a lot of initiatives that have taken place recently on how to provide guidelines to do a correct life cycle assessment for CCU, because CCU, we know it's not one pathway, there are many pathways, complex processes behind them. And as we also know, life cycle assessment, although it is a standardized process, ISO standardized, it can be misused, abused, tuned based on the assumptions that the practitioner takes. So we've had initiatives from DG Ener, for example, life cycle LCA for CCU, where they gathered 7 experts, independent experts, on providing guidelines. We have the initiative from the Global CO2 Institute, together with the Institute for Advanced Sustainability Studies in Potsdam, where they create guidelines and standards for techno-economic assessment and life cycle assessment. And we have seen also in the literature more studies, LCA studies, coming out in the scientific literature from different scientific teams all over the world. So I think what is needed is that this is not a one-time thing. It's a systematically followed to show which of the pathways, of CCU pathways, are indeed positive in terms of climate mitigation.
Thank you. One of the things that struck me about the discussion on China is that CCUS is now going to be in the 5-year plan. So, Ji, I was particularly interested in what sorts of plans you think China may have for cooperation on CCUS, and perhaps in particular cooperation with Europe.
Yes, thanks, Graham. This is a good question. So China has really committed to promote the deployment of CCUS, at least demonstration of CCUS at the steel, power, and cement sectors. And also, I hope to see by the end of the next 5 years, we see more high concentration source of CO2 have commercial deployment. So in terms of collaboration with Europe, it will be beneficial to have some knowledge sharing program to accelerate technology on both sides can be tested, examined in different countries, and also it will be useful to learn from the EU's experience in building policy framework in supporting CCUS. And the one very significant gap in China is there's a lack of regulatory framework for CCUS. So, for example, if a CO2 store, who has a liability and how to regulate the CO2 store, who is going to approve the project. In the past, it would be in China, sometimes you can skip some process to build the demonstration project first before the legislations are in place. But in the next 10 years, the legal side of aspect has become more important for government to comply with the law. So it's also equally important to formulate the regulation process for CCUS. Finally, if the Paris Agreement Article 6 can have some progress, it would be beneficial to develop some scheme, for example, to develop joint CO2 certificate schemes, which have EU and China can generate CO2 reduction from CO2 storage projects, and those CO2 certificates have some role in compliance process in ETS or other equivalent scheme of both countries. That would be interesting. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, I think this matter of interchangeability and indeed the role of voluntary activity in terms of the way in which the carbon accounting is going to be done is going to be a big issue at the COP in Glasgow in this fall. I think it is also clear that there will be some work on these sorts of things in the European Commission. So it would be good to keep a close eye on how all of this is to operate. Because it also seems to me that these things will happen anyway. And so we need to do it in a way that is structured rather than to imagine that it will sort itself out. Thank you.
Thank you.
Juho, I wondered if you could reflect on perhaps 2 or 3 things that you think the Clean Energy Ministerial will focus on this year, and for where we might see, let's describe it as leadership from them, which can be translated into action around a number of the regulatory social and funding problems that we've been discussing here today?
Yeah, thanks, Graham. A good question. Happy to elaborate a little bit on this. So I think the Clean Energy Ministerial is it can act on different levels, but I think it can have a very strong impact on the macro level, first of all, because it is the place where countries come together to pitch their low carbon strategies, to discuss collaboration on clean energy, to reiterate their commitment to drive clean energy. And that's actually happening as we speak. So if you Google Clean Energy Ministerial, you will see that it's happening now, and you can sign up and go and see. I think yesterday they hit 7,000 people mark of attendees of that virtual event, which is being hosted by Chile. So I think there's this general pull of that community to drive clean energy. But then also there is obviously these sector-specific or technology-specific areas where we try to work and push different technologies forward. And in our case, carbon capture. Now, I would name two areas where we are particularly active at the moment. One is a collaboration with industry and banks to look at different geographical regions, look at the strategic hubs that are available and possible in these regions, and then collectively discuss and talk through, well, how do we make these hubs happen? So we're trying to catalyze this type of discussion between the three key players. There's obviously other players that are also involved and important, but if government, industry, and finance are not there, then it's hard to see anything happening. So looking at these different strategic hubs, and we're going to look at Asian countries next in our next project of this kind, and we've looked at Europe and Canada actually, for that matter, already earlier. So bringing people together to drive project is one thing, and then secondly, we have I would say a particularly active discussion link to multilateral development banks and financial institutions, and with them we discuss how we best can catalyze action on CCUS in emerging economies, and that's a really rich discussion as well. And what we've learned there is that I would say most of the multilateral finance institutions and many other banks too don't have an issue with investing in CCUS, but they're not seeing the right projects being brought to them actively by either governments or companies. And so we hope to somehow catalyze this as well and get people to propose these projects to the finance sector. So that's where we work, trying to oil the wheels and bring people together to drive these hubs forward, which makes total sense, and I think which is the new paradigm for CCUS development anyway.
Thank you. And in that respect, the inclusion of CCS in the sustainable finance taxonomy is helpful for those multilateral institutions. So picking up the conversation on hubs, I mean, Florence, you mentioned the key roles of hubs, and of course, with France substantially decarbonised in its energy, already a focus on industrial activity, how do you see the dialogue between France and other key member states evolving on the matter of these clusters, the nature of the transportation modes, and where the storage is going to be?
Yes, thank you, Graham. Yes, it's clear that today there are some discussions between industrials, emitters, in fact, with quite a number of storage that are available. So I can, of course, we can think on the Northern Line project, which has obtained the green light in December last year, and so there are quite a number of discussions between emitters
actors that are able to transport CO2 and also storage part. We have also quite a number of discussions around with industries around territories, because it is something that is very important in France. In fact, there is really a big issues related to the cost of CCS, in particular when you do not have so much emissions. So this means that we are designing some clusters, in fact, to transport CO2, to capture CO2, to transport CO2, and then up to an harbor. And then we have some clear discussions today, in particular with Norway, of course, with UK, and also with the Netherlands for the transport and the storage. And all kind of transport are currently studied, in particular ship, because it might be a first step, ships, and of course pipeline. So discussions are really ongoing now.
Thank you. Jonas, you spoke about the way in which various policy actions had been difficult for certain sectors of the communities, particularly those who were employed in or consumed significant amounts of electricity. And there is some discussion around border tax adjustments to help protect those jobs. What do you think, is there a need for that? Do you think that there is a substantial scope for it to happen?
Yeah, thanks, Graham. So as I alluded to earlier, in my point about Europe having set up a system that protects those that don't act rather than protecting those that act, I think it's clear that has to change. Of course, it has to change within certain conditions that sticks to the societal case for doing this. We're not trying to create windfall profits for industries, in huge quanta, like we've seen to some extent happening with the current setup with free allocations. So there has to be a link between, phasing out free allocations for industry, for free allowances for industry, and introducing any sort of protective regime where they need it. But at the same time, we also need to help drive down the cost of the action, and that only happens through scaling and investment. So maybe if I could bring that back briefly to the point that I think Laura and also you, Graham, mentioned about shipping. I think that's really important here. So I've been on the record, referring to the CO2 transport and storage infrastructure as a sort of sewer system for society, for the industry in society. No one wants to be, compared to the sewer system, but effectively there is a clear link. Sewer systems were only introduced in our cities when governments realized that if that would not be done, then we have massive health costs related to the diseases that were spread. And it became, a realization for policymakers that this is something that society has to take responsibility for. Now, as I said earlier, if we don't take responsibility for the CO2 that we keep dumping in the atmosphere, and we can blame that on the emitters, but we can also at some point come to realize that these emissions are driven by the everyday actions of all of us and the things that we need in order to basically function in society. So I think we need to first of all realize that this is an obligation, and the European Union has an obligation to do that also in the basis of its functioning. It has an obligation to have a functional single market where everyone who's operating in that single market can compete. And that means when you have a climate obligation on the industry to decarbonize and go to net zero, that means that you also have to enable that industry to operate across the union. And that, for me, is the strongest argument for shipping, because it enables everyone to play ball. Of course, there are some locations that won't be next to a river or a shoreline, but those locations typically have a railway line that brings them straight to the closest ship port, which means that you can also have a flexible type of transport storage on rail and ships that take you to store. And that brings me back to the societal case. We know that we need this. It's a no regret infrastructure investment to provide transport and storage to provide those hubs that take CO2 to storage. But we don't know for sure how the industry of the future looks. We don't know where it is. We don't know which industries will have a future. We know that some don't. Some are stranded assets, others aren't. But the shipping and that flexible type of transport helps us avoid that question and helps us say we can do this now. And if, let's say, the oil refinery that might be using this in the near term doesn't exist in the future, and they shut it down, well, those ships and those trains can be used for someone who actually needs it also in the future. So I think we really need to make sure that that type of flexible transport is scaled up, and that we therefore enable also the small scale emitters who are not investing at the moment, who are not helping to drive down the cost of this, because cost is driven down by more people using that same infrastructure, that they can also participate in the show. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I want to thank all of the panelists and the organisers for enabling us to have this panel today. I'll make a few key points in summary, but you will be able to see the contributions later. CCS and CCU technologies can contribute considerably to reducing emissions, particularly from energy-intensive and difficult to decarbonise industries, while safeguarding industrial activity, maintaining jobs and boosting economic growth. But the matter of the infrastructure, the hubs of the clusters, the modalities, the ships and the trains will all be essential. And there needs to be a shared CO2 transport and storage infrastructure in each of the regional locations, and from our point of view, particularly in Europe. Because that represents a strategic and instrumental policy decision to preserve Europe's welfare and to make European society future-proof for a climate-neutral economy. It seems too that it can contribute to not only the decarbonisation of existing economic activity, but also to carbon dioxide removals, which it seems certain that we shall need, and large-scale volumes of low-carbon hydrogen produced from reformed natural gas with CCS to kickstart that sector of the economy. I think that the other thing that has emerged is that CCS and CCU have different characteristics and different kinds of investment cycles. They also have different societal acceptability and project risks, and all of this needs to be taken account of when we think about investor profiles for this activity. What we're also saying is that we need to move to financial structures and multilateral funding institutions where they naturally take account of the climate consequences of the investment activities, as well as the economic performance of it. And I look forward to seeing these matters evolving over the next year or so. So once again, thank you very much, everybody, and have a good afternoon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Thanks very much.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Right. Thanks, Graham, and all the panelists for this very inspiring session. It's good to see all the progress and cooperation worldwide. So thank you for attending. I am now closing this session. We are going to see the video of the Club CO2 presenting CCUS, a key climate change technology.
The French Club CO2 presents a key climate technology, CCUS, CO2 capture, storage and utilization. CCUS appears in carbon neutrality scenarios to respond to the urgency of climate change mitigation. It provides a complementary solution to energy efficiency and renewable energies in order to offset the CO2 emissions that cannot be avoided. In the French national low carbon strategy, CCUS is expected to contribute to 15 million tons of CO2 per year by 2050, 5 million tons from the reduction of various industries' emissions, 10 million tons from the removal of atmospheric CO2 through bioenergy and CCS. CCUS has already been implemented in several countries. As illustrated on this video produced by the CO2 Multistore project in Scotland, CCUS consists in capturing CO2 at power or industrial facilities, transporting it by pipeline or ship to a storage location, and injecting it via a well in a suitable formation for long-term storage. The captured CO2 can also be used to produce fuels, materials, or chemicals. Club CO2 gathered 33 French CCUS industry and research players with skills and expertise on the whole CCUS chain, providing solutions to deploy CCUS in France, in Europe, and worldwide. The French CCUS players gathered within the Club CO2 Association are pleased to announce the organization of the 16th International Conference on Greenhouse Gas Control Technologies for the first time in France in 2022. 7 years after the Paris Agreement, 2022 is a so as to be ready for its deployment in 2030 and to achieve carbon neutrality by 2050. At the crossroads of continental Europe, France is the ideal place to boost CCUS, which has a crucial role to play in reducing CO2 emissions in industry and energy production. We will be happy to make you discover some of the 200 laboratories dedicated to CCUS in France and visit some of our pilots and demonstration projects. On behalf of the Club CO2, let me introduce the organization committee. ADEME, the French Agency for Ecological Transition, a major player for the implementation of public policy, with funding programs to allow new CCUS projects to emerge and grow. BRGM, a French reference public institution for earth science applications, which conducts research on CO2 geological a major sponsor of the conference, who spends 10% of its R&D budget on CCUS technologies, also involved in developing CCUS commercial-scale projects. IFP Énergie Nouvelle, a major research and training player, strongly engaged in developing technologies to make CCUS a reality. The conference will be held in the great city of Lyon. Lyon, part of UNESCO's World Heritage. Lyon, European Capital of Smart Tourism 2019, and also Capital of Gastronomy. Come to France, come to Lyon in October 2022. We will be pleased to welcome you for the 16th International Conference on Greenhouse Gas Control Technologies.
This is the time for a break now, so we will resume the conference at 2 p.m. Paris time. Enjoy your break. See you later.
See you later.